Is on the share microphone. Do we need to do a clap or anything, or we just start? Okay. Ready? All right. Let's all hold hands here. I got you done. All right. All right. And thank you all for being here with us and for your support. I just really feel it. How are we doing there, Jake? Is it going?
It's live.
It's live. Okay. In that case, I'll just ask Michael to join. Please join the webinar jam instead. I will cancel the hangout that I started. Fewer moving parts. Okay. All right. So first I'm going to introduce everyone, then I'll talk for a few minutes. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I'm Damon Shively, President of Radish Collective Intelligence. I'm here with Mr. Takashi Baker, Mr. Takuya Sato from Sato from Japan. Also joining us is my brother Eric Miller, who heads the Community Cafes, and my sister Crystal Rodriguez, who heads the Compassionate Community Program. Today, we're going to be talking about collective intelligence and the application of collective intelligence to solving all of the world's problems holistically. We are also here to publicly accept the MacArthur Foundation $100 million challenge to solve the world's problems. The challenge is called 100 and Change. The 100 and Change challenge is a challenge for any group, any institution, anywhere around the world to solve a world problem, one world problem. Which world problem? Any world problem. We are also here to challenge the MacArthur Foundation challenge. And the basis of our challenge, of the MacArthur Foundation's challenge, rests on two assertions. The first assertion is that we cannot solve any one of the world's mega problems, the world's biggest problems, such as hunger and poverty, overpopulation, climate change, war, terrorism, destruction of the biosphere, and on and on. We cannot solve any one of these mega problems without solving all of these mega problems holistically. The problems have simply grown too big. They are too intertwined and interconnected. All of us and all of our problems are endlessly interconnected, which means we have to solve them all holistically. And that's what we're going to delve into very deeply today. So, to the extent that this first assertion is correct, that we cannot solve any one of our problems without solving all of them holistically, the $100 million question then becomes, how? How do we solve all of the world's mega problems holistically? The answer to that, to get a clue as to how to answer that question, let us turn to one of the smartest individuals who ever walked the face of the earth, Dr. Albert Einstein. Einstein famously wrote that we cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created those problems in the first place. According to Einstein, we need a new level of thinking. And that brings us to our second major assertion, which is that the new level of thinking that we need to solve all of our problems holistically is precisely collective intelligence. So what is collective intelligence? Collective intelligence is exactly what we're doing here today, bringing people together from diverse backgrounds, areas of expertise, life experience, different parts of the world, and coming together, using our shared perspectives and knowledge to co-create, to create together solutions, things that we could not create individually on our own. That's the essence of collective intelligence. And we will delve deeply into this topic after this initial presentation into detailed specifics of collective intelligence. But the general idea is people coming together and co-creating. And it turns out that with today's technology, such as what we're leveraging right now, we can actually we can leverage collective intelligence to levels and degrees that we had never done before. And it turns out that we need a vastly higher form of collective intelligence. We need to become much, much smarter in order to precisely co-create the solutions to our world's problems. And that's what we'll be addressing here today. So for now, I'm going to set aside the question of exactly what is collective intelligence and all its many different facets and applications. And we're going to focus on what our group is doing with collective intelligence. We have created a new form of collective intelligence. We are pioneering a whole new form of collective intelligence, which we call radical collective intelligence. What does that mean? Radical, its root comes from the Latin word radix, which means root. So to be radical means to get to the root of the world's problems and solve the problems at their root. And we are implementing radical collective intelligence through our platform, Radish Collective Intelligence. Radish is the first full-scale implementation of radical collective intelligence. And radical collective intelligence is operating at multiple levels. In it, we are simultaneously co-creating strategies, programs, and entire platforms to co-create and implement the solutions to the world's problems. And key among these that we're implementing at Radish is a strategy, a high-level strategy, global strategy called the Hungerless Games. And to set the context for the Hungerless Games, I'm going to play a brief 5-minute video on the screen overhead. In 1972, as the Apollo 17 crew left Earth's orbit for the moon, they shot this famous photograph. For hundreds of thousands of years of human existence, for the first time, we saw our world as a whole. Hi, I'm Jamin Shively. I have a vision for our world that I know I share with many of you. The entire Earth and all its inhabitants, healthy and complete, where everyone is taken care of in a manner that can continue far into the future. This vision for our world I can sum up in one word: whole. A whole world. We humans have been enormously successful by many measures, and that billions live in prosperity and health, with advances that were inconceivable just a few generations ago. But Houston, we have a problem. In fact, we've got a lot of problems. Billions are languishing in destitution and despair. Seemingly insurmountable challenges, such as climate change and hunger, continue to plague us. year after year. But we can solve our problems. We have the power to reverse impoverishment of people and the planet. Let's look at just one persistent problem staring us in the face today: hunger. According to the United Nations World Food Program, hunger is entirely solvable. There is enough food in the world to feed everyone, and no scientific breakthroughs are needed. When we work together to solve hunger, we increase productivity and create economic opportunities. Persistent hunger, malnutrition, and starvation are stark effects of our existing economic system. Simply put, we are perpetuating an economic system that is unjust and unsustainable. For ages, we have defaulted to a system based on greed and a fear of scarcity that degrades human life and the Earth's ecosystems. I call this the economy of hoarding, the amassing of personal wealth without regard to the well-being of either people or the planet. I propose instead a cooperative, compassionate approach. An approach that utilizes today's and tomorrow's technologies and understandings to build an economy of sharing in which surplus profit is redistributed for the good of all people and the planet. In an economy of sharing, business and trade can continue to develop and thrive in a just and sustainable manner while caring for the entire planet and all its people. By building a compassionate economy, the problems we face will be solved. Only by rooting down the causes of our problems will we finally break the vicious cycle of poverty and devastation. Why wait for governments or agencies to act when we can act now to solve these critical problems that are threatening our very survival? For the first time in human history, we have what it takes to collaborate and co-create on a scale and scope never before imagined. In the videos to follow, I introduce a number of practical alternatives to the status quo. Taken together, this multi-part proposal provides a number of marketplace solutions to market-based problems. Thank you for playing a part in the Hungerless Games. May the games begin. May the games begin. Welcome to the Hungerless Games. The Hungerless Games is our global holistic strategy that we've been developing to commence the solution of all the world's problems. This will be done gradually and in a way that evolves over time. And the basic strategy centers around, just as the name suggests, the beginning of the Hungerless Games strategy is the permanent eradication of world hunger. Now, that starts with an initial focus on ending hunger, but we actually call it a holistic focus, because as we go about ending world hunger, we will do so holistically, meaning that we set about solving the rest of the world's problems in parallel, holistically, with ending world hunger. And we'll talk about that in the next segment in some detail. So the big picture here is Radish Collective Intelligence, which is the first implementation of radical collective intelligence, has developed, using radical collective intelligence, we collectively have created a strategy called the Hungerless Games. Step number one in the Hungerless Games, the first stage, is the eradication of world hunger. In ending world hunger, the major vector that we're implementing is the building and operating of community cafes which will be feeding people nutritious meals 3 times a day from foods which are sustainably produced using what we call regenerative agricultural networks which regenerate ecology. And it is with great honor that I introduce now my brother, Mr. Eric Miller, who is the head of the Community Cafe program.
Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you for our guests who attended our conference here. Also, would like to thank the University of Washington and the Brooks Museum for having us and hosting us here. Again, I am Eric Miller. I'm the head of the Community Cafe. Community Cafe is a global enterprise that is funded by radish.org. It is also funded by the global economy, or the compassion economy, in which we are utilizing funding that is coming from private enterprise to help fund the idea of feeding people in the community. We started the program in Rosemont, California, which is in the Mojave Desert, right outside of Edwards Air Force Base. And the first community cafe that we did was actually December of 2015. We did it in a collaborative effort with the leadership and the community of Rosemont, with the idea that we would feed everyone 3 times a day. And the initial program and the model was a success. We proved that the model works. Community cafes are, the initial model is to go out and create. We wanted to do a trailer type where it's actually a mobile unit that we can deploy in any community. Again, this only works when the community gets involved, because that's the whole point of it, is to get the community to buy into the idea of this is something that belongs to you. This is something that you have to be a part of in order for it to become a success. It ranges from the leadership, understanding the needs of their community, and the people inside the community getting involved and allowing the private enterprise to also figure out how to collaborate, work together. So this is something that the community sits back and really has to communicate, figure out what's the best way to better serve themselves. We work as a liaison to that circumstance in order to bring them all together and allow them to sit at the table and say, okay, this is the best way that you could go out and work together to feed your own community. Initially, radish.org, we are the initial funders of the Community Cafe that we started in Rosemont, California. But in the future, and in the days ahead, we will be having, again, the community go in and put their efforts inside of it as well, to bring in the funding. The people in Rosemont were so inviting for us, and really they bought into the idea of really, they were the first compassionate city that we were able to communicate with and say, we want this type of program in our city. So they were the initial model of saying, we want to have a compassionate economy. We also want to have a compassionate city. This is also what you look at when we talk about it's a cultural spreading that we're trying to do here, where we get the communities to understand how to take care of one another. So it's not just about just feeding each other. It's also about sitting down and getting to know one another, because we think communities kind of got away from that. That's a traditional way of how to speak to each other, how to help each other. So everybody kind of works on their own without knowing that somebody, your neighbor is in need. So now, without somebody having to come and say, well, I don't have food to feed my family, or I don't have anything, I don't have a meal for myself, we take that off the table and we say, come to the Community Cafe and just come and get a meal today. And you don't have to worry about what your circumstances. You just come there, you meet your neighbor, you get to know each other. Everyone gets a chance to really, really build their own community. through compassion. And we feel like that's the missing piece, globally. So it's not just something here in the United States. This is a global movement that we're doing. We did take the community cafe into Spain. So we've already traveled across seas and made an introduction into Spain also, as well as Japan, and we are going to other countries. So this is not just something that's just going to be a local model that we're just going for in the United States. This is going all over the world. And we want to spread that compassion all over the world through feeding. Because again, with the ugliest games, we understand that people are not in need of not only food, but also the hope that someone cares. And so that's what we're here to provide, and that's what we look forward to in building with the community cafes. With the community cafes also come the compassionate communities. And our partner here, who is the head of the community compassionate communities, is Crystal Rodriguez. Crystal will talk to us a little more about compassionate communities.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. First, I would like to say that it's a blessing to have a wonderful team. And thank you, Jamin, for letting me be a part of Radish. Eric was actually the one who introduced me to Radish and to Jamin. And I had the idea, the first idea that I brought to Jamin was to create a youth facility in my town, which was Rosemont, California. And that's when Jamin said, well, why don't we put the first community cafe in Rosemont, California? So I did talk to the leaders, and they were very excited. It's a small town. There's not much there. And a lot of resources are needed for the youth and also for the community. So when we did this event, one thing that I really loved is how everyone from different backgrounds came together and were just so happy. No one judged one another. Everyone was talking to each other. It's almost they forgot where everyone came from. And we had homeless people, and no one noticed that. So it was almost like we all became this family that day, and I really enjoyed that. And I believe that different communities should do the same. And also, one thing that I did, people were worried about was, well, what if we attract more homeless, more people that commit crimes? And this is when I told Jamin, well, we can bring programs aside from that, programs for homeless people, programs to create more jobs, programs to help people become independent. So one thing that I did say is, I believe we need to start with the youth, because they are our future. They are the next generation. So if we could teach this model to the youth, then they can continue it in the future. And we wanted to create a facility for them where they can come and they can learn how to be compassionate. They can learn how to be independent. They can learn to be anything they want to be. And so that's one thing I'm really passionate about. And again, I just want to thank you, James, for letting me be a part of this. And I just want to make a difference in this world. It's really saddens me to see so much crime happens. Young people, hurting each other. Or what's going on right now with law enforcement. We lost respect for one another, and I feel we need to bring that back to communities. And like Eric said, it's important to know how your neighbors feel, or to see who's in need. And if you have the opportunity to do that, then I believe we should, and we believe we should as a team. So I'm just so thankful that this is is our first step, and I'm just ready for the world. So, and then I'm going to pass it on to Takuya.
Sure. I wanted to say a couple. I'll just want to add a couple words first.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what we're hearing about now is a very utopian vision of community cafes in communities all around the world. With particular, we're piloting it in the United States and in Spain and in Japan, where we have close partnerships, both in the private, nonprofit, and government sectors. But really, where the need is greatest is in places like Haiti, Somalia, Eritrea, different parts around the world. And the goal is the permanent eradication of world hunger. Now, the application of community cafes to end hunger around the world is going to come at a price on the order of $50 billion per year. It's very difficult to estimate exactly how much, but call it $50 billion per year. Every year, not a one-time $50 billion investment, but every single year, $50 billion per year. How on earth are we going to generate this funding? And that's just for the community cafes. The larger vision of compassionate communities involves providing multiple different services: healthcare, education, safety, housing, parks and recreation, on and on, all surrounding the core, the center, which is the community cafe. Food first, and everything else built around that. So this grand utopian vision, just the community cafe portion, is going to require a budget of about $50 billion per year. The compassionate community more generally will be much, much more than that. How on earth are we going to generate these gargantuan sums of money? And to talk about that, I first want to present this slide, which is that of the compassionate economy. We are creating an entirely new sector of the global economy called the compassionate economy. The compassionate economy is characterized by the standard CCC, which stands for Certified Compassionate Company. And that involves three pillars. All profits going to the permanent eradication of hunger. And then once we've achieved that level, surplus profits beyond that will go to the other function of compassionate communities and other programs and platforms for healing the planet. The second is that a certified compassionate company must be socially transformational in everything we do and environmentally transformational. Here it says sustainable, but it's way beyond sustainable. It's actually regenerative. That the actions, the operations of the company must actually regenerate the ecology. So this all represents a very, very high bar. And leading the compassionate economy, leading the development of the compassionate economy, is none other than Sato Hemp of Japan, led by my brother, Mr. Takuya Sato, the Emperor of Japan. Please welcome Mr. Takuya Sato, the Emperor of Japan.
Hello, everyone. First, thank you so much for inviting me. I speak Japanese hemp culture and history. Sato hemp is the Japanese language. まず最初にここにいる皆さん、賛同者に声を感謝申し上げます。私は日本でヘンプの普及活動をしている佐藤と申します。My name is Takuya Sato. I work in the hemp industry in Japan. 日本は約1万2000年前より麻を育て、飲食、住すべてに活用してきた長い歴史を持っています。Japanese culture, hemp has been a very important part of Japanese culture, it's been part of our clothing, food, and living since for over 12,000 years. 日本では麻は神聖な植物として神道やその他の和紙などさまざまな用途で活用してきました。Hemp is considered a spiritual plant. It's used in shipbuilding shorelines and also the roads that were manufactured. 瀬戸編は日本の長い麻の文化と歴史をファッションを通して世界中の人々と共有したいと思います。We somewhat want to promote and to spread the Japanese way of incorporating it into everyday life around the world. 私たちは塩分やオーガニックコントロールの持続可能な素材を使い、不要の生産、販売し、得た利益の 100% を世界中の貧困として We make clothing using sustainable materials such as hemp and organic cotton, and donate 100% of our profits to eradicating hunger. これからここにいるジェイミーさんやエリックさん、クリスタリンさんとともに世界中の人々と共有をして、ファッションに気合いという新しい価値を世界中に気合いの経済を広めていきたいと考えています。Looking forward to working with Jamin and American Distillery around the world to eradicate hunger and as Sato to put compassion and hopefully be a part of the compassion. 皆さん、これからどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much, Emperor-san. Takashi-san, thank you so much. Eric-san, thank you so much. Kristen-san, thank you. What you see before you are the beginnings. I was going to say humble beginnings, but there's really nothing humble about it because we are stating quite clearly that we are setting on a path to permanently eradicate world hunger, and that be the beginning of the holistic solution of all the world's problems. What you see before you here is the beginning of a virtuous cycle. How does this cycle work? We are building and operating community cafes, as Eric has discussed, starting in California and expanding to different parts of the world. These will generate media coverage. This whole story of this very diverse team coming together with a radical plan to permanently eradicate world hunger will generate attention and curiosity. In the process, as we tell our story, we promote Sato Hemp, 100% of whose profits go to the permanent eradication of world hunger, the funding of the community cafes, the beginning of compassionate communities. And Sato Hemp is also a perfect example of a compassionate company in its holistic focus on ending hunger. Not only does it dedicate all of its profits to ending hunger, but everything it does, from the sourcing of its materials, utilizing hemp instead of traditionally grown cotton, which is devastating to the environment. Hemp is regenerative of the environment and of ecology. So as more people buy Sato Hemp clothing, and as the story gets out about Sato Hemp and the community cafes, and radical collective intelligence, and Radish, and the hunger schemes, more and more people will buy Sato Hemp clothing, more and more funding will go to open and operate more and more community cafes, feeding more and more hungry people, generating more and more news coverage. The more that the news covers the story, the more people will hear about and buy Sato Hemp clothing. And very importantly, the more people will join the collective intelligence. You see, nowadays with today's technology, people can join and become a part of collective intelligence from their own home, from their own office, from their own cell phone, anywhere around the world where they can connect the internet. The more people who join collective intelligence, the bigger the collective intelligence grows, the more people, like the people gathered in this room, will be able to come together and contribute their own ideas, their own experiences, their own suggestions. And together we can co-create better and better programs, such as the community capital, platforms such as Compassionate Community, and better companies to make up the global economy, such as Sato Hemp. This is the virtuous cycle. So, we have presented the beginnings, and that is the beginnings of the hungerless game. Now, as this cycle proceeds, and more companies join the compassionate economy to be CCC certified, because more and more people will hear about CCC, and they're going to say, hey, I want to buy CCC products and services because the profits from those go to ending hunger. And the more people who buy those services, the more companies are going to jump in to provide those products and services, and the more the compassionate economy will grow. The more the compassionate economy grows, the more money we have to end hunger. Now, as this process progresses, and as we go about eradicating hunger, and now I really want to open it up to everyone to just jump in. This is part of collective intelligence at work. It's a conversation, right? It's not one person who's got a bunch of great ideas. No, it's a dialogue. So as this progresses, and as people see that, wow, this is really starting to work, people will get very inspired. For how many centuries, millennia have we had hunger? And we haven't been able to solve it. We all saw the picture of that young girl starving. That is just wrong. It is wrong. And we are here standing here before you, or sitting here before you today to say, enough. Enough. And we have a plan, a strategy to end world hunger. That strategy is called the Hungerless Games. And everyone is invited. You who are watching right now, whoever you are, wherever you are, we cordially invite you to join us. Join the Hungerless Games. And let's put a permanent end to world hunger. As we do so, as the compassionate economy grows and begins to transform the world through transforming the economy to a compassionate economy, compassionate towards people and the planet, we will reach that $50 billion per year budget. We will eradicate world hunger. Once we have done that, the whole world will behold that we, humanity, all of us together, everyone who has bought Sato Hemp clothing or the many other compassionate products and services, we will all be able to come together and say, we did it. We did it. We took on this major challenge of ending world hunger, and we succeeded. And guess what? If we can do that, we can go on from there to address and solve the rest of the world's mega problems holistically. What is that going to cause? More and more compassionate entrepreneurs will come out of the woodwork and form compassionate companies, compassionate startups. Whether they're making, a compassionate restaurant, compassionate food and beverages, whether they're making compassionate furniture, compassionate toys, more compassionate clothing, we're putting compassion in fashion. Sato Hemp and the Emperor of Japan is putting compassion in fashion. All of this is a wonderful story in the making. We will tell this story to the world through a weekly documentary television series called The Emperor's New Clothes. The Emperor's New Clothes. Why the Emperor's new clothes? Well, the Emperor has some new clothes for the world that are changing the world. And it also, of course, reflects that age-old story about the Emperor's new clothes, which was all about the shift in paradigm. Seeing something that you didn't see before. It was always there, but we didn't see it. Now we can see it. I'm doing too much of the talking here. This is not collective intelligence, this is individual intelligence. Let's make it collective, so please. Somebody give me some duct tape to put in my mouth.
No, as Jamie so eloquently spoke about, collectively we've come together to bring ideas and in order to form solutions. And we want to invite everyone to join us on radish.org and in collective intelligence to add your input on whatever the issues that you feel like are not only global, but they're also things that you feel like they, that need to be changed in this world. And we sit down and we come up with solutions. We talk it through. One thing that we talk about in our group, because we're such a diverse group, is not so much about trying to agree on everything, but to understand. We all have different ways of looking at life. We all come from different walks of life. However, we all can understand how things, if we talk things through and be more understanding, we will have a solution that works for each of us and not have to compromise through those solutions or with that understanding. And so with the new, compassionate economy, there are going to be companies that stand up and say, I don't like the way we've traditionally done everything. It hasn't worked. So we need to go out and we need to come up with a new way and be ready to transform ourselves into a new millennium to say, this is what the world should look like. We all know what it should look like. It's just everybody needs to understand they have a part to play in that you can contribute to that difference and to that solution. And don't feel as if no matter how old you are or how young you are, that you don't play a part in contributing to those solutions. We talk about, me and David talk about my son, he's 12 years old, but he's sharp enough to understand, he keeps up with politics more than I do now. And because you have such a savvy young generation now, don't be afraid to listen to them. Don't think that they don't have a solution for what their world should look like 20 years from now. So we would never close the door on, the youth in regards to hearing what they have to say, as well as getting the knowledge and the tutelage from our older generation to say, how could we have done this better? How did you see the world when you were, when you were coming up, or when it started with you? How did you see the world? How should it have been? And what were the steps that people took that didn't work, opposed to things that should have worked? And sometimes it's not, we talk about this all the time. It's not enough to just talk about it. We have to go out and implement it. We have to put out application to, and that's what our group does best. We believe in executing. We love gathering information. We love, going about and just finding out, what works and what doesn't work. But most of all, we love to go out and put it to action, because that's always the fastest way to find out whether something works or doesn't.
That's a really important part of collective intelligence itself. And we have an expression, praxis makes perfect. Praxis is one of these sophisticated words I'm just learning, which is about implementing and actually putting it into the world. Karl Marx famously said, philosophers interpret the world. The point is to change it. So for a long time, I was doing essentially philosophizing and analysis and studying and research and coming up with a lot of great ideas. It wasn't until I met my partners that we actually started to put this into action. The compassionate economy is a great concept. It wasn't until the Emperor of Japan and company stepped forward and said, we're willing to contribute 100% of our profits to ending hunger. It wasn't until I met my brother, Eric Miller, who has been very modest. He hasn't talked about his background, but he has spent 10 years doing special operations, reconnaissance in the military. And after that, he worked in the state of California as one of the leaders of the SWAT program, training SWAT teams throughout the state and heading up SWAT teams. So when I met Eric, he was all about action. He said, Jamin, give me a target. I said, all right, Eric, my brother, the target is ending world hunger. he immediately brought in Crystalline and some other members of our team, Richard, Tiffany, and we rolled up our sleeves and set to work and put together a plan for implementing the world's first community cafe. And together with Sato Hemp, we have put together, and Compassionate Economy, the CCC standard, we have put together an integrated system that's the beginnings of a virtuous cycle. Now, this is just the beginning. This is our first iteration. The idea, the whole idea, is grow the global collective intelligence and iterate and improve and innovate and continuously improve our existing programs, enrich them, and expand them until we have healed all of humanity and our entire planet and stopped the destruction. Huge grand vision, but we have to start somewhere. We're starting with the Humberless Games, and we invite you all to join. All right, so we take a brief little pause, and then we can go to Q&A. And really just make it a big, open, roundtable discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
I have a mic here.
Yeah, we've got a mic that we can go around. So if you have a question, just raise your hand, and one of us will get the mic to you.
Check 2. Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, now we're recording.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to be,
If you want to,
or we can just reiterate the question.
Okay.
Either way is fine.
First of all, thank you for this energy and this incredible positive, I don't know what to call it, but I'm like, wow, you guys are going to do it. That's great. I'm a really positive, optimistic person. However, I'm a visual artist, and in the arena that I dance in, which is about raising the consciousness to take care of the earth and all living beings, I come against a lot of resistance in the institutions that I'm working with. So I'm not going to name them, anybody. And I'm just curious to know what your strategy or thought about that is when there are these older institutions operating from another paradigm, another ideology, which is based on this old economic system and colonization and the way things have been done for hundreds of years that have led us to where we are now. What do you think about that? Like, how do we move forward in each one of our individual work to bring about this change in the existence?
Sure.
Well, thank you for your question.
Actually, we should reiterate the question.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So for recording purposes, so the question is, just to paraphrase, there is often resistance to change. So we have these great ideas about implementing all these changes throughout the world. Obviously, a lot of this is going to be threatening to many members of the status quo, including multinational corporations, governments, wealthy folks generally, who are used to getting a big return on their money, raping the planet to generate that return. That's been the engine of generating all this return, is the wholesale rape of the planet. So what about all this resistance? So my first thought, well, actually, you go ahead. Yeah.
Well, one was, a lot of times when you set off, when Jamie first brought up the idea to me about radish.org, and the idea of companies donating 100% profit towards, one, eradicating hunger, or solving any of the world's problems, I knew that was a tall feat, and most companies would not buy into the idea initially. Even I had my own company, I had a water business, and I brought it to my partner's attention, what do you think about transforming our company over to donating 100% of our profits? Of course, we pay all our overhead, take care of employees and everything that we have to. However, the profits would go towards making a difference in communities and around the world. And of course, I did get that pushback saying, well, why would we do that? You know, we're here to make a profit. We're here to make our lives better. You know, and so that really opened my eyes to say, I don't see it that way. And so it made me realize that, yeah, there's a real uphill climb towards, you know, getting to the point where you get traditional thinking, transformational thinking. But it has to take place. Somebody has to make the stand. And you have to look at it from the perspective of, you know, I always call us a light. And we always joke about, you know, people are used to operating in the dark. You know, that's the norm. Your norm is, you know, not some people's norm is being mad all the time or being sad all the time. And they're operating from a dark place. We come in, we like to look at ourselves as a team of light. We're disruptive because we're light. Light is disruptive. If there was no power in here, it would automatically be dark. So I always look at where we stand at as a form of coming in with new life and with that light and not being afraid to disrupt what's normal because it doesn't make it wrong. It just means that you're not used to being presented with this kind of circumstance. You want to bring it in. You want that difference. And you would like to make the transformation to say, we can do this. So whether it's academia or it's big business that you're trying to get them to potentially adjust their business model or the way they've always conducted business, they're always afraid of the people they have to answer to. You can make all the sense to the initial person that you're speaking with, but they know they have to convince a group or a board of 20 or they have, here you have investors and trying to get the bigger your company, the more people that you have to answer to. You're trying to get them, you're trying to get 100 investors to look at giving 100% profits when we're all about profits. That seems like the most impossible thing you could ever ask someone to do. However, if you ask them, how would the world be if everybody looked at things from the perspective that you're looking at it and not transform it into where it could be? So for us, it's continuing to try to be in that light and knowing that the energy that we bring into the room and that we bring into a circumstance, it's never going to go out because we're all about transformation. And sometimes when you go and step in front of these people, you have to understand that you are disrupting the idea of what they think they're about. However, you still have to be positive about the approach that you're taking and saying, I know this should be this way. I know this works. And just and continue to look for the team like we did. You would have never thought this team of people would have ever come together based on the walls of life that we came in from. But we all had one thing in common was we didn't like the way the world was going. We all had different things that we said we'd like to contribute to. We had things that we said we'd like to see this be changed. However, we said, okay, what's the most important thing that we know that the world can agree on? It was hunger. So sometimes it's finding the right button or the right, finding that right in to say this is what everybody can agree on here, and not get discouraged by the idea that people are going to, they're going to say I don't like it, but that's okay because eventually at some point you're doing what's right, and not just right by yourself, but right by the humanity as well as the ecosystem. And I've never been a person that, like you said, I'm ex-military, and I've traveled around the world, through military, law enforcement, and through entrepreneurship. And I wasn't aware of the ecosystem and how things that I did from a business perspective were affecting the land and things until I met you. And we talk about this all the time, how our differences help educate both of us. And through that, had I never met him, I would have never learned about decertification and things of that nature. I'm originally from New York. So decertification is not something that's common, on an island like New York. It's predominantly city, however, it's not affected by it. But through that, I guess that's what my biggest, I would tell you to look towards finding those people that see things from the same perspective that you do, and don't give up on the idea of whatever you have towards making that difference. Because one person can make a difference. It's just continue to fight, because once you reach somebody, like we did, we found each other, and we built a team around what we found to be common, and that we wanted to make a difference.
The world wants transformation, and I even see, Eric's kids, 12 and 15, that they talk about these things every day. They're aware of this, and they want a different future. They don't want the same. They don't what they're seeing on television right now. They don't want that, and this is why it's so important that we do come together and change it, make a difference. Yeah, there's going to be, challenges where people don't want to change. They want to stick to the norm. But that's tradition. We need to transform, or the world's not going to be any better. And it's not fair for the younger generations to be in a world the way it is right now. That's not fair for them. They deserve to have a better future than what I had, or what my parents had, or my grandparents had. And I just, I want to work really hard with my team to make that difference. And to go out, I want to go out in different communities and share this with them, and share this especially with youth. I'm very passionate about the youth. They're the ones coming right behind me. And I want to teach them how to be compassionate, how to help one another. And it's just very important to me to go out there and do that.
Thank you. Thank you. And just to clarify a couple things, my brother Eric mentioned desertification. So what is desertification? Desertification is the process by which healthy ecosystems, grasslands, for example, with seasonal extremes in rainfall, months of rainfall followed by months of drought or dryness, how those healthy ecosystems go to desert. And in the process of a healthy ecosystem going to desert, you have massive amounts of biological matter that breaks down and gets released in the form of CO2 and methane, of greenhouse gases in huge quantities going up into the atmosphere. On the same order of magnitude of all the greenhouse gases emitted by the burning of hydrocarbons, gasoline, coal, etc. Now, the good news is that there are ways of holistic land management pioneered by Alan Savory and the Savory Institute, where we can, through holistic land management, managing of livestock, agricultural activities, and other activities, we can actually orchestrate the reversal of desertification. It sounds too good to be true. A little later, we'll play a video that shows, that demonstrates the concept in about 20 minutes. But that's a really important part of it. And in terms of resistance, let's talk about this whole idea of resistance. I quoted Karl Marx a little bit earlier, where philosophers interpret the world. The point is to change it. Now, in his world, in the 1800s, his way of changing it was through political revolution. Let's have a revolution. And that's, of course, not at all what we're talking about. We are completely nonviolent, and in fact, we're apolitical. We're not even getting into the political realm. This is entirely within the private sector, represented, for example, by Sato M, and the nonprofit sector, represented by community cafes and compassionate community. And initially, our strategy is very similar to that of Newman's Own. Newman's Own salad dressing, which has been very successful and growing for decades, they contribute 100% of their profits to charity. And what resistance do they face, right? See, in a free economy, in a free market economy, which we have here in the United States, which is certainly not perfect, but one of the benefits is it gives us the freedom to introduce new products and services. It gives us the freedom to take the profits from those operations and donate them to whatever good cause we want, in this case, ending world hunger. So, what resistance? It's kind of a rhetorical question to the universe. What resistance can there possibly be to what we're doing, at least initially? Now, as it grows bigger and bigger and bigger, then I can envision resistance coming forth, and people saying, "Hey, they're a bunch of communists, right? They're trying to, feed these hungry people rather than let them, pull themselves up by their own bootstraps," or whatever rhetoric, or whether it's Adam Smith or John Maynard Keynes or whatever old defunct economic theory they've been applying or using as the justification for their actions in the world. So we can certainly imagine resistance coming once we've grown to a certain size, but then once we've grown to a certain size, what they're resisting will have grown to become a building global movement, a massively popular global movement to end world hunger. The focus on ending hunger, even though that's clearly not our only big problem, and some could say it's not our biggest, but it is the one world problem that everyone agrees we must solve this problem. Everyone, universally. We can talk about how to go about ending hunger. We can talk about the overpopulation issues which are connected with it. Our view, and this has emerged out of the collective intelligence, and we want to have a richer discussion, but our view is very simple. The engine of overpopulation is poverty. It's the poor people of the world that are reproducing like rabbits. It seems like a paradox. In many ways, it is paradoxical, but it is also reality. It's a well-established reality. What we are doing then is striking at the heart of the engine of overpopulation, which is poverty. And we're striking at the heart of poverty by taking out hunger first. Make sure everyone has enough to eat, nutritious foods 3 times a day. That's just the beginning. That becomes the heart of the compassionate community that Crystalline is responsible for, where we then build around the community cafe to address other human needs: healthcare, education, parks and recreations, family services, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
And I want to add to that. I know I've worked in different programs, treatment centers, group homes, and it's all about profit. And that's one thing I disliked. Because, and a lot of people have told me, it's because you care too much. And it's not. And maybe I do care too much, but I want to be there for people. If you're coming into my treatment center, I want to treat you. I want you to succeed. I don't want you to relapse, And I've noticed there's no structure at all. They don't care. When I worked with group homes for adolescents who were on probation, I would hear people say, well, they're just going to end up in prison. Bad attitude. For me, I never had that attitude. I was really there for them, so they don't need to go back to the juvenile detention centers. Even in dual diagnosed treatment centers, people who have mental or substance abuse. When they come into the facility, I'm really there to counsel them. I'm not there to just look at you and over-medicate you, and so you can go to the world, to society and come right back to my facility. Because that's exactly what they want, because it's more money coming in. And all they want to do is fill beds. And I'm like the opposite. I don't want to fill the bed. I want you to go function in society the way you should. Extremely important to me. And that's where people, a lot of these ways. not compassionate anymore. And the residents get it, because they even have the same attitude. They don't care about us. And I always speak to this with, Eric and Jamin. Right now I'm working in another facility, same thing, no structure, over-medicated. Relapse, oh, they'll come back next month. That's not a program. So I feel like communities need to work on that and actually help people with whatever problems they have. When someone's in need, we should genuinely be there for that person, not think about how many checks we're gonna get in the mail. So I'm just really passionate about that, and I want to. That needs to change. That needs to change.
Absolutely. That's very inspiring. I'm inspired by what Crystalline just said. Here's an example of a young woman who is dedicating her life to helping other people. She's not out there to make millions of dollars. She is there to help people. Same with my brother Eric. Same with the Satos of Japan. They have forever committed 100% of their profits. Modest salaries and pay their expenses and pay their bills and electricity and rent and all that. But all 100% of the surplus goes to permanently eradicating world hunger. What we have here is the beginning of an extremely inspiring, the beginnings of a global movement, a movement of compassion, a revolution of compassion. And I want to acknowledge one of my mentors, former Mexican President Vicente Fox, who pioneered the concept of a revolution of hope for Latin America, inspiring hundreds of millions of people. And he's joined us in the past and will join us again. And this revolution of compassion, we will communicate to the world on a regular basis. We're going to give people, you talk about dosing and over-medicating, we're going to be dosing the world with the message of compassion and our story with the weekly documentary television series, The Emperor's New Clothes, which honors the emperor, honors Sato hemp and their sacrifice, and it also highlights the lateral shift from cotton to hemp. The Satos have educated me on the virtues of hemp over cotton. I was blown away to learn that cotton uses about 2.4% of the world's farmland, but it consumes over 22% of the world's pesticides, 22% of the world's herbicides, and over 11% of the world's pesticides, all of which causing massive runoff, pollution of water, fish kills, runoffs into the ocean, all this stuff. That's cotton. Cotton kills. Make no mistake about it. Cotton kills. It's also very profitable. So there we see the major conflict between the planet and the economy of hoarding. Hemp uses 0 agricultural chemicals. Hemp uses a fraction of the water that cotton uses. Cotton depletes nutrients from the soil. Hemp returns nutrients from the soil. It is literally night and day. Hemp sequesters far more carbon per acre than any other crop or forest. It is a miracle plant. And the fact that hemp has been under prohibition, there's still prohibition of hemp in countries like Japan. So the Satos actually cannot grow their own hemp legally in Japan. They have to import it from other countries. But it's a start. You see, this is all about making incremental progress, lateral shifts, right? So whereas Karl Marx said, grab a rifle and join the revolution, I'm oversimplifying, of course. The Emperor of Japan says, you're going to buy a new shirt, instead of buying cotton, consider buying hemp, or at least a blend of hemp and organic cotton that uses 0 of those chemicals that I was talking about. So thank you, Emperor-san, for leading the way. Arigatou gozaimasu. And this whole story that we'll be dosing to the world with the Emperor's New Clothes. Everyone laughs when they hear the Emperor's New Clothes. Everyone smiles when they hear about the Emperor and his story. And everyone is inspired by ending world hunger through community cafes. and building compassionate communities. What we are doing is right. And what we are doing is not perfect. It's a beginning. And it's an invitation to the world to join the Hungerless Games, join the collective intelligence, and contribute your ideas and your experiences. Let's put our heads together and figure this out together. Thank you.
I heard a radio interview of someone, a politician in Iraq, and he quoted a quote, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, but I love the term, I think you could use it. It's the audacity of hope.
The audacity of hope. I love it. Audacity of hope. Yes, what we're doing is absolutely audacious. No question about it. More questions, comments from the table, from the audience? We've got a mic that we can circulate around. Anything at all? Oh, yeah, there's out there to the left. There. Yeah, in fact, we could just take a little, we could even take a break now. Shall we take a break? Okay, great. All right. Yeah.
Hey, Richard, did you just shut off? Okay, do you wanna, are you gonna keep?
Jason, have we got anyone on there? Yeah, who we got?
On the camera. People, okay.
How many?
Yeah, because I'm gonna stop.
Okay, cool.
File.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got people on the.
Because I'm gonna give you this data, audio file. But I wanna
Shall I wait till it? Okay. Richard will edit out this portion. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you all. Shall I wait? Whoa. Okay. Richard will edit out this portion. Oh, the thing is, we got the echo because of the time delay on the. So should I just get out of it completely?
You're not the
No, on the computer. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was confusing.
I don't know where the mic is here, actually.
Really long voice.
If someone wants to give me a hand, I don't know where. I need to turn off my computer microphone.
Why don't you mute, can you mute it from the system versus?
If someone wants to give me a hand, just totally. I don't know.
I'll shut that down. Audio, sound to the, up to the right, up, right.
Upright, here, sound.
Yep.
Input,
Yeah,
internal microphone.
turn that down.
Mute it.
Mute.
No.
No, that's output volume. Use ambient noise. Input volume.
I guess you just turn it all the way down.
Oh, just crack like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're muted now?
Yeah.
Are we muted?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how much you can hear you, but.
Use ambient noise. Input volume. No, but that was the last of it. Hopefully we don't hear any more after that. Are we muted? Okay.
Click it into the network.
Use ambient noise. Input volume. No, but that was the last of it. Hopefully we don't hear any more after that. Are we muted? Okay.
Click it into the network.
Use ambient noise. Input volume. No, that was the last of it.
What?
It's like reverse. Okay. Shall we roll in?
Yeah, roll.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Okay. Shall we roll in?
Yeah, roll.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Okay. So why don't I just sign out of Webinar Jam completely? Just get out of it.
Yeah, actually, that's my group.
Okay, I'm signing out of Webinar Jam. I'm out of here.
Maybe Webinar Gen takes over your microphone input.
Okay, can someone help me get out of here? I'm actually not kidding. How do I get? I'm trying to get out of. Like, just close the window. Okay, boom. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Now, in this segment, we're going to take a look at collective intelligence. We're going to look at several different aspects of what is this magical thing called collective intelligence. And again, collective intelligence in its simplest terms is people coming together, discussing, conversing, and co-creating solutions, co-creating programs, platforms, strategies, implementation strategies, you name it. Everything that needs to be figured out can be done by collective intelligence much more effectively than at the individual level. There are a lot of different ways of implementing collective intelligence. And we're using technology and the internet. We're using video conferencing like we're using right now, Webinar Jam. Even with its technical difficulties, over time, these are getting ironed out. What I'd like to do is present a 4-minute video that was published on the Harvard Business Review about one specific implementation of collective intelligence that is very interesting. I just want to test the volume first and make sure this is working. Let's do a volume.
Tony McCaffrey.
Okay, that's working, right? Okay, cool. All right, so this is a 4-minute video on brain swarming, which is one aspect or implementation of collective intelligence. Here goes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tony McCaffrey. Brainstorming, the practice of sharing ideas while withholding judgment, rose to popularity in the early 1950s with the promise of producing more ideas. The problem is, it never worked. No study has shown that brainstorming produces more ideas than people just working alone for a while and then coming together to share their ideas and build on them. It doesn't work because sharing one idea at a time, via talking no less, is incredibly inefficient. Further, extroverts always dominate introverts and hamper idea generation, even if you have a talented facilitator. Brainstorming, an approach I pioneer with my colleagues, directly challenges the foundation of brainstorming by asking, why do we need to talk in the first place? This idea is probably best explained using an example from the lives of insects. Ants solve problems by leaving signals in their environment that influence the behavior of the others. When searching for food, successful ants leave traces of pheromones along their trails, a signal to the other ants that there's a path to dinner. If we make a problem-solving graph, then humans can quietly leave their signals, that is, their ideas, for others to build upon. In a brainstorming graph, the goal grows downward into refined sub-goals. Resources are interacted together and grow upward. When the two directions connect, solutions start to emerge. Let's see how brainstorming would handle a classic management problem, like this real-life conundrum at the company Pacific Power and Light. Winter storms in the Cascade Mountains leave power lines loaded with ice, which if left unattended will break the lines. Having workers climb the poles to shape the lines is both dangerous and time-consuming. Management searched for a better method for years. What if they had used brainstorming? To start, they would simply place the goal at the top of the brainstorming graph and a few known resources at the bottom. Then the group would be instructed not to talk, but to simply add post-it notes and drawn lines to the graph. People who are naturally top-down thinkers would start refining the goal. Other naturally bottom-up thinkers would analyze how the resources could be used, or they would add new resources. Pretty soon, the two directions would connect, an indication that the group is finding ways to use the resources to solve the problem. This figure shows a careful refinement of the goal, as well as Pacific Power and Light's actual solution of using the helicopter's downdraft to shake the lines enough to remove the ice. Other solutions are also shown, including using a helicopter to drop a de-icing agent onto the lines, and using the conducted electricity to generate enough heat to melt the ice on the outside of the line. We don't know for sure whether using brainstorming would have helped Pacific Power and Light come up with an effective solution more quickly. But our pilot work shows that brainstorming produces up to 115 ideas in 15 minutes versus 100 ideas per hour for traditional brainstorming. By switching from talking to writing on a structured graph, brainstorming greatly improves the effectiveness of group work.
All righty. So thank you for watching that. Next, I want to show an image on this. I'll show an image on the screen to kind of put this into a larger context. So brainstorming is an example of collective intelligence, right? And so they've shown a method where you can start with a goal, which is to remove ice from power lines, a very localized, simple goal, and a way to generate solutions or possible solutions. I'm really glad that he mentioned the example of using helicopters to drop de-icing agent on the power lines, not because I like that solution, but because I hate that solution, right? It just sounds so ridiculous. It is so, it is a perfect example of the kind of linear thinking of, we have a problem, let's come up with a solution. And a really interesting analysis has been done by Alan Savory, who I mentioned earlier. And he says the fundamental problem is we are a tool-using species, right? We evolved and are built to, well, we need to crack open this nut or whatever. Well, here's a tool. If it works, do it. We're not terribly well wired to consider the unintended consequences of our actions. And you can just imagine the unintended consequences of using helicopters to drop de-icing agent onto power lines. So on this slide, let me see if the arrow is perfect. Okay, so we will use collective intelligence, including brainstorming, to develop a number of different possible solutions to the various problems that we have. Community Cafe is a possible solution to ending hunger. It's one that we're implementing. Compassionate Community is a solution to much more problems. But whatever solutions we come up with, whatever programs, whatever platforms, whatever strategies, we must consider the unintended consequences of what we're doing. In other words, we need to take a holistic view. Hence, I have up here in the upper right, global holistic model. Part of radical collective intelligence is creating a global holistic model that can model the entire planet, all its ecosystems, all its species, all its resources, the entire global economy, every single industrial process in the entire global economy, whether it's helicopters dropping de-icing agent or a factory making cotton clothing or a factory making hemp clothing, better still, model every single input, output, and impact. So we have a global view of everything. These two arrows here at the top represent a dialectic between collective intelligence generating the solutions, generating the ideas, and global holistic modeling, modeling them holistically at the level of the entire planet. This dialectic will produce over time various different solutions. One of the solutions that it has generated is precisely the strategy of the Hungerless Scheme. We took a global view of all the world's problems, the world's resources, and said, how can we start a virtuous cycle to permanently eradicate world hunger and begin the process of solving all the world's problems? And that brings us down to the bottom row of this slide. Build a compassionate economy, a compassionate sector of the economy led by Sato Hemp, defined by the standard CCC, which will need to be developed and implemented for every single industry. But the idea is that will generate the profits to fund the community cafes. So this is a high-level overview of kind of an introductory view of radical collective intelligence. So radical collective intelligence is the entire slide. So why then do we have collective intelligence up at the upper left if the entire slide is radical collective intelligence? Precisely because this collective intelligence in the upper left represents state-of-the-art application of collective intelligence. The brainstorming video we saw is one example of the state-of-the-art of collective intelligence. People coming together using a systematic approach to come up with solutions. Now, the one drawback there to the brainstorming thing is it's focused on local solutions and it's not focused on the unintended consequences. So what we do is we bring in the solutions generated by state-of-the-art collective intelligence, bring them into a global holistic model where we can model both the intended and the unintended consequences. And through an iterative process, understanding the outputs of the global holistic model. What is the model telling us? If we implement these and these and these programs and platforms, what will result? And until the results are the ones that we want, a world that works, a world that is healthy, that is healed, that is whole, a whole world like we talked about in the Hungerless Games video. Until we've achieved that, we don't proceed. The best that our current capacity of collective intelligence has come up with to date is the Hungerless Games as an overall strategy for all the reasons we discussed in the last session. And that then gets broken down into its individual components, transforming the global economy and ending hunger. Eventually, this will evolve to, once we've ended hunger, substitute community cafe for all of the various platforms and programs for holistically solving all the world's problems, funded by the profits from the compassionate economy. There's just one more thing I want to point out on the bottom of this slide, which is what you're seeing here are actually multiple vectors for solving the world's problems operating simultaneously. The compassionate economy, which dictates and requires that a certified compassionate company must be socially transformational and environmentally transformational in everything they do. That is healing to people on the planet automatically, just by those companies going about their business. A perfect example being Sato Hemp, harvesting hemp instead of cotton and treating their employees very, very well. It's all about people and the planet. So even before Sato Hemp has sent check number 1 over to the community cafes, they've already had a substantial positive impact on the planet. And then the money is to fund those programs that need funding. So the simple way of looking at it, I have my 2 brothers here with me, Emperor Takuya Sato and Eric Miller. Emperor Sato is doing his thing with his program, Sato Hemp, generating all kinds of positive impacts and sending money over to a program which needs it, which is community cafe. So some of the programs, like Sato Hemp, generate profit. Others consume that profit. So there's a symbiosis between the two. And it's the very positive things that the community cafe is doing that will help make Sato Hemp so popular. So it's a virtuous cycle, right? So with that, let's open it up to questions, comments, discussion. But that's kind of a good visual introduction to both collective intelligence, state-of-the-art collective intelligence as exhibited by brainstorming, and radical collective intelligence, which takes a holistic view. I know it's kind of a lot to take in. And now one thing I'll comment is the brainstorming method. They're saying, hey, why do people even need to talk, right? If we can have a way that people can contribute their ideas, both in terms of breaking down a goal into sub-goals or identifying resources and combining them together into solutions, they can do that without talking. And there's certainly validity to that point. In our own experience, where we come up with the real breakthrough ideas and strategies like the Hungerless Games, like Community Cafe, like Compassionate Community, is in conversation. When we come together and share our ideas, share our perspectives, our diverse backgrounds, we're able to see the world in a whole new light from a collective intelligence, which is very different from the individual perspectives that we're used to looking at the world. And there are some amazing books out there. One is called Group Genius, and it talks about the power of improvisation, right? Where they've studied jazz bands, for example. They've studied improvisational theater and seen how a whole new kind of creativity emerges together and jam together, whether musically or with ideas or concepts, and we do it all the time. So we're a huge believer in conversation as a medium. We're also a big believer in the use of technology to, as we're going about developing these various different solutions, whether it's Community Cafe or elements of Compassionate Community, there are times when we come upon a certain problem or a certain opportunity and we don't quite have the expertise that we need to solve the problem or address the opportunity. In those cases, technology helps us to reach out to and invite in various different other people, experts in some cases, academics in other cases, practitioners from the private sector, nonprofit sector, government sector, you name it. And those people can then join. And we have this concept of a special team, kind of like in football. Not that I'm a football fan, but in football, there are certain special circumstances where something needs to happen. You bring in a special team to make that happen. In our case, in the world of solutions, programs, and platforms to solve the world's problems, we are using technology to assemble special teams in order to solve that one particular problem that's in front of us so that we can then move on in the process. There's an excellent book called Reinventing Discovery by Dr. Michael Nielsen, which does an excellent job of talking about this and talking about the micro contributions that such special teams can make and how these special teams can form, do their job, and then disband so that a given person, a given expert, maybe they only need to contribute 10 minutes of their time in a conversation with 3 or 4 other people in order to move the ball down the field, so to speak. So there's lots of different tools of collective intelligence that all fit right up here in the upper left called collective intelligence, which is fundamentally about figuring things out, figuring out solutions such as platforms, programs, and entire strategies. But before we implement, we need the global holistic modeling capability. Now that's something we're building right now. So really, we're implementing in the world as we build. So we're simultaneously working on multiple levels in terms of implementing collective intelligence. Radical collective intelligence. There. I've spoken quite a bit. Comments, questions, and again, we've got the microphone if anyone has a comment or question. And I really encourage people to just jump in. You know, this is something I work on all the time. And you know, we're never at a place where everyone knows everything that everyone else knows, so that's why we just share. We just jump in and share. And a big part of it is letting go of this idea that, oh my goodness, I don't want to say anything stupid, right? Everything I say has to be brilliant, right? It's partly a cultural change.
Well, thank you, Jamie, for definitely enlightening us, especially with the Harvard example of their video for brainstorming. One thing I did gather from that video was how a lower form of life, like an insect or animals, if you will find a way. You know, lower forms of intelligence, they are generally instinctive and adaptive. So their abilities to go, they're not like humans where we are the higher form of intelligence. Well, we have the the option of choice. You know, insect, animals, lower forms of intelligence, they don't have that in place. However, they find a way to meet their objectives through creating models of, you know, like you said, an example of a Harvard video where the insect, you know, the ants leave the pheromones on their path towards food. And that way they leave trails to show other insects of how to go and successfully maneuver through the challenges in order to meet their goals. Humans, again, higher forms of intelligence, we have that same capability of building these models. However, because we're giving the option of choice, we tend to not collectively utilize the intelligence that we have as a collective group. And we tend to, you know, kind of go away from our abilities to be able to communicate in ways to allow others to successfully meet that challenge or to maneuver whatever that obstacle is. And so here, when we talk about the collect, you know, with the globalistic model that we've put in place from our model here, it's a great example of showing how collectively we've come together to say, okay, here, you know, we have Triple C. We want to utilize Triple C as a means of funding whatever programs are needed to change our environment, to change the way humanity do, you know, their everyday lives and make a difference. And so here, you know, again, we're utilizing our abilities to work together and to communicate and create models together. And I think, you know, one thing that we always discuss is that we don't do it enough as humans. We're tend to be survivalists more so than we are at working together to create, you know, come up with a solution for a common problem. We could solve all the world's problems, you know, through these types of models. You know, whether it's, you know, gun violence around the world or whether it's a hunger problem. You know, to be able to work together and utilize a compassionate means of looking at different aspects of how to better create that solution, it will take an integrated effort. One group can't come in and solve all problems if they don't disperse themselves enough to get collective viewpoints on the best way to solve those issues. Yeah, of course.
You want the microphone so you can hear?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm just gonna toss in the word competition,
Yeah.
because that gets in the way of cooperation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So do with that.
No, great. So let me just reiterate. So
But you don't have to do it right now, I mean, it's just.
no. This is how we roll.
This is
So
all assuming that we're gonna cooperate.
well, here's the
What
interesting.
about those out, you know?
Yeah.
We're just gonna compete.
Right. No, great question. So the question is, all of this assumes that people are going to cooperate. What about the people who are all about competing and who are not interested?
One up.
One upmanship and not interested in cooperating. So there's a lot of ways that we can look at that. One way is that what we're doing, it doesn't require, one of the beauties of what we're doing here is it does not require for everyone to get on the same page initially, right? With a small group, we can start with a small amount of market share, you know, some people choosing to buy Sato hemp over other alternatives. We start to generate the profits needed to fund the community cafes. We start with community cafes in those communities that want them, right, that are interested in them. So we don't have to get everyone on board, just enough of us, a critical mass of us cooperating, looking at the world from the optic of compassion, regeneration, and healing. That's enough for us to start. And part of the reason that we use ending hunger as the focus, the holistic focus, is because that is a great unifier. Again, it's the one problem that everyone in the world agrees this problem must be solved as quickly as possible. So we get a critical mass of people cooperating. And even if there are people who are very opposed to what we're doing, fine, how are they going to stop us? It's just, that's a rhetorical question. How are they going to stop us? Well, first of all, who would actually want to stop it? I understand there are people who say, no, I want to compete and I want to make money and, yeah, go ahead.
There is sabotage.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah. The comment is there is evil in the world, there is sabotage. Certainly, we've all experienced that. But I believe there is a greater force than evil, and that is love.
Well, yes, that, you know, we just have to be aware,
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
constantly aware. We have to be vigilant.
Well, one thing I wanted to add about, competing, you're absolutely right. We are a nation in a world of competition. One thing I've learned in all my travels and all the things that I've been involved in, and we've discussed this before, is where does competition come from in some instances? Sometimes, in a lot of cases, when it comes to for what we're trying to do, it could be a level of insecurity. Insecurities happen when people, when someone's insecure, they tend to compete instead of compliment, or somehow, be able to complete what you're trying to do. People want to go against it because you're at some point they feel like you're challenging what their norm is. We clearly understand that there are going to be those detractors that says that what you're trying to do is going against my norm, or is going against what I feel like this should be. However, we open up that conversation for that, for that situation and say, give us a solution. Tell us how you see the world, and how would you go about making this better? We know we don't have the silver bullet here, but we want to create the opportunity for those solutions to come to the table. And it takes constant and vigilant communication as well as the spreading of the compassion, so that way people will see that, I always use the example of spreading of a culture. I gave Jane the example a week ago about how, way back when people that were, that lacked resources and that lacked financial, economic opportunities, when they were put in the same situation or in the same neighborhoods, it created a ghetto. And that it wasn't so much that they had a lack of anything, it was a culture that was spread because of the lack thereof resources and economic opportunities. And as you go forward, and as we go forward and say, this is why we integrate our relationships. That's part of it, is being able to make sure that you expound on, the information that you get. Because, the more you know, the better you're prepared to go out and have a better outlook on the way your life is. Again, some people's normal is to just be against everything that gets presented anyway. But we have to, again, be vigilant in our quest to go out and make that difference, even for those who can't see how they can play a part in doing so. And, and again, we want them to join in. Throw everything at us. Bring those questions to the table so that way we can better understand how you look at things and where you derive from your feelings towards it. Sometimes it could just be a state. It's just where they're at in their lives that they feel so negative about change. And this is not even, we don't like to look at this as change. This is really transformation. This is a growth opportunity and a development opportunity for our whole world to be better.
Yeah, but even those people who don't want to change, they're the ones who also complain about how everything is in this world. So I say, if you don't like the situation, then you're gonna have to change it. And I think some people are afraid of that. But, you know, that's why I enjoy my team because, you know, we're going to take those challenges.
Even with those challenges, you know, when you say, instead of saying somebody to change it, some people are comfortable. And, you know, they've come up with mechanisms to cope with what's wrong. You know, whether it's someone who's homeless or, you know, in a situation of, you know, they may be, you know, maybe homeless. However, they have a coping mechanism of creating a sign to get money in order to either feed themselves or to provide provisions for themselves. And that's just the way our society has built itself. We create coping mechanisms for things that don't work. And we have to make sure that we are, you know, aware of those circumstances and making sure that we help those individuals come up with solutions, or at least figure out a way to you know, not tell yourself, I'm comfortable where I'm sitting, because it doesn't, you know you're not comfortable. But feel free to come speak to us openly, because we're out there, we're constantly open up the doors, you know. And for those who can't join us on the podcast, and you know, we're constantly trying to reach out to neighborhoods and communities and saying, do not think that you can allow this person to walk past you and not acknowledge them, because they are a part of your community, and whether you think you're not affected by them or not, you really are. And find a way to engage each other. That's the compassionate communities that we want to build. But through the collective intelligence, we will solve a lot of, you know, our own problems from within by just, you know, communicating to one another. So I'm always open to that, to the idea, because I learn from every question that someone asks me. I learn something new every time. You know, whether they're coming from a hostile situation or whether they're coming from, you know, just I don't know. You know, in some cases, that's what you find out. You know, that people just don't know that, you know, the opportunities and the, you know, the help is there. And if you didn't know how to get to it, then it creates a level of frustration. You only find yourself feeling hopeless, and you know, and you feel separative, where you feel like nobody else knows what you're going through. But I can guarantee you that if we all sat down long enough with each other, we find out that we've all had similar paths in life where everything didn't go the way you anticipated. However, by working together and continue to communicate, we'll find that, you know, you'll find that crossroad with each other, and realize you're not alone at what you go through in this world. And that, you know, the more you reach out, the more you communicate, the better you will have a better understanding of how to come up with a better solution of dealing with those issues.
You want to try to bring Mike in?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Can we hear him? Can you talk?
Well, let's see what we're going to give this a try and see what happens.
All right.
You know, this is collective intelligence work. So first I have to get him to request to speak.
So while you're doing that, can I continue? And actually, this is a concept I learned from Michael himself. Michael is a colleague of ours in France, in the south of France, and he'll be joining hopefully momentarily. So Michael introduced to me the concept of the imagined community. Now that's a concept that dates back to the early part of our country, the United States. And at first, you know, it was a wild frontier, and you just had a bunch of settlers and explorers and trappers and whatnot, you know, coming here to make their way and survive and who knows what. Over time, this idea of America and Americans and American identity started to form. The concept of the imagined community of the United States started to form. We first had to imagine a community before we could actually create it. And what we are doing here is we are imagining a community. We're imagining a world that works. We're imagining a world that comes together. And I believe that our initial community is a really beautiful, even poetic example of that. Because part of our early collaborations going back a few years ago, the Emperor of Japan reached out to me when I was very active in the legalization and ending prohibition movement in the United States and said, hey, we should work together. Now consider, go back a few decades, our two countries were mortal, bitter enemies. We were trying to destroy each other. And, you know, we think some of us in this room can remember back to those times and how people talked about the Japs this and the Japs that, and they were just utterly demonized. And of course, I'm sure in Japan, they didn't necessarily think the greatest things about us. And so here we are killing each other. Now, fast forward a few decades, Emperor Takuya Sato reaches out to me. We start talking. We say, well, let's get on a video conference and start talking. And we started talking and sharing about our common dreams, our visions for a better world. And it was like magic. That first hangout went for probably 3.5 hours. I was late to a dinner appointment that I had because I did not want to get off the hangout. We're talking and Takashi-san was translating for the Emperor and back and forth. And it's like, wow, we're starting to put together a vision for what the world can be like. Fast forward back to well over a year ago when I met my brother Eric Miller, and we started talking about how we can work together and build this international community with our Japanese community, Americans, and in Rosamond, California, predominantly Hispanic community. We're starting to bring together people and groups and communities that haven't been communicating and are starting to come together and share ideas and share projects and programs. We're creating a whole new vision for what we as humanity can be to each other and a global community. We're imagining and putting into practice a new community based on compassion, based on healing, sustainability, and regeneration, and based on a holistic view of the world rather than a separate view where we're all separate. And as long as I hoard enough money and have a big mansion with walls and everything, then I'll be okay, right? It's pretty clear that idea is very, very broken. So we're creating a whole new culture. All of us, and we invite everyone to join. We cannot do this without you. The couple dozen of us who are involved in this currently, we're very small in number who are intensively involved in it. More are joining over time. But what we envision is this thing really taking off exponentially because it's, number one, vital for our survival that we figure out a way to walk the earth and interact with each other and relate to each other in a way that's sustainable, that's doable, that's sustainable for the long term. Right now, it is widely understood we're destroying each other and we're destroying our planet. And part of the story of the Emperor's New Clothes, all of us who are leading our different parts of the whole, I mean, who do you see in front of you? You see white, black, Hispanic, Japanese, all working together. Crossing language barriers, cultural barriers within our own country, right? You see all this stuff on the news about black versus white, black lives matter. No, white lives matter. No, blue lives matter. No, all lives matter. Hey, wait a second, And so through the documentary television series, where we're simply going to be living our lives, working together, working on projects and all that, that in and of itself is a great example of people coming together and working together. And I am so grateful for the Emperor, Takuya Sato, for Takashi and other colleagues who have come over from Japan, and we've made trips over to Japan to learn from each other and to integrate and create this new global community, this new culture that transcends national boundaries, language boundaries, and traditional cultures. And speaking of the Hungerless Games, and speaking of youth, we've had the idea and have been developing the idea of turning the Hungerless Games from a strategy into an actual game, an online game, where people come together from around the world and contribute ideas, contribute models. work together in groups, form and have video conferences where they talk about things, and they can record those video conferences so they can share them with other people, just like we're recording this conversation, so we can share it with the world, right? So the Hungerless Games as an online game, whatever you call these massive multiplayer online games, morgs, or whatever you call those things, create the Hungerless Games as a massive online game so that people from around the world can come together and play together in co-creating this whole new strategy, this whole new imagined community. So it is wildly ambitious. And here we are.
France around.
Oh yeah, do we have France on the line? Is Michael able to?
Yeah, he hasn't made the request yet.
Okay, okay.
To speak, so I can't.
But are you texting with him?
Yeah, that's
okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Eric and I were talking the other day. So a lot of the whole, tension between black, white, the police, a lot of it's concentrated in Chicago right now. Chicago is quite a hot spot for all that. There's the murder rate in Chicago has just skyrocketed. And so one of the things that we're talking about is planning on doing is building a community cafe right in the heart of Chicago, a big community cafe. Can you imagine, speaking of an imagined community, can you imagine blacks, whites, Latinos, Asians, police officers in uniform, police officers off duty, out of uniform, firefighters, other first responders, and the community in general, all sitting down in a massive community cafe environment, sitting together, breaking bread, eating, talking, sharing, right? I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. It is well known, if people have a conflict, if they come together and break bread together and eat together and simply talk, the conflict de-escalates, right? And we start to enter a new mode of thinking, a new mode of being. It's magical. And it's our birthright. So one of the things I love about the community cafe, it brings people out of their homes, out of their neighborhoods, into a common place where we can commune, right? And come together and start to create, from the imagined community, create an actual community. And that's the beginning of the utopia that is the ultimate imagined community that we have for planet Earth. Simply put, this is an oversimplification. There's two possibilities. Either we continue on this death spiral, where species are going extinct at a rate between 100 and 1,000 times the normal background rate. We are murdering the very forms of life upon which this planet depends for its existence. We have this delicate balance of nature that we're a part of. And it was quite robust. We are weakening it by the day. And we have to find some way to come together. This is our proposal, right? It's simple. It's easy to communicate. Let's start by feeding everyone. Is that going to solve all the world's problems? No, but it's a start, especially if we do it holistically, sourcing the foods from regenerative agricultural networks that are healing to the planet, et cetera, et cetera. Building a compassionate economy. The compassionate economy, right now, it's an imagined economy, just like the community that we're building is an imagined community. We start by imagining it, building out that picture through conversation, through sharing, which is what we're doing here today. And going from there. It's very idealistic. I've heard from some very smart people, oh, you're never going to solve all the world's problems. Well, look, we've got two choices. Either we continue on the downward death spiral, or we figure out a way to turn this thing around. We're either going to turn it around or we're going to die trying. But I'm not willing to die just cruising down the death spiral, with a window seat, just looking out and enjoying the ride down. I'm not willing to do that. So we are trying, and we're either going to succeed or we're going to die trying. But we're not giving up.
Well, the good thing is that we start out with a vision. I learned from my own grandfather. He was a farmer. I used to visit him in the summers. And every summer we would go there, and he would take us on his truck and take us in an area where there were swampland, it would be trees all over the place, and he'd tell us all, well, next year you come here, this will be corn, or this will be tobacco, this will be this. And sure enough, the following year, that's what it would be. And it took me years to finally ask my grandmother, you know, after he passed away, how did he know all those years what would be something that was just trees and swamp and just dirt? How did he know it was going to turn out to be actual produce, or it's going to be some type of crop that people could actually eat or sell? And she says he just knew. I then learned that farmers were your biggest visionaries that were ever created, you know. And so we have to look at ourselves as individuals, as farmers. I look at myself, even though I wasn't a farmer by, you know, that's not a trade I chose to become, but I'm still a farmer in the fact that I have a vision. And just like my grandfather, you have to plant the seed first and go out and treat the soil and treat the land until you produce what it is that you're looking for. And so I feel like that's the approach we have to take. You know, the approach of the same as a farmer or a business executive that goes in downtown. And, you know, Jamin drove us around here in Seattle, and he told us, well, you know, there wasn't all these skyscrapers at one point. This building was the tallest building at one point. Well, somebody had to see something that wasn't there before in order for it to be what it is right now. And so that's the same approach that we're taking. What we're doing with collective intelligence, with the global economy, you know, with, you know, the community cafes and compassionate communities. We have to go out, we have to see it first and be able to start planting the seeds towards humanity and say, we know we can do this. We've done, you know, humans, we've done great, you know, greater feats in life. You know, we put a man on the moon. And to think that we can't sit down with each other and, one, stop violence in one city, or create, you know, or feed people around the world. If we can land as far as on the moon, someplace we can only see from our naked eye, you know, opposed to actually being there. And clearly we can achieve something that we can easily see, or that's within our abilities to actually solve. So, you know, as a team and as a collective group, and, you know, with everybody that joins in, you know, and becomes a part of what we're doing, or have their own organization, and we can collaborate together. Let's solve, you know, let's work together to come up with the world that we know we all deserve. And I know, you know, there's no doubt that we can make this happen. It's just a matter of, you know, people being vigilant, sticking to, you know, and not feeling as if something is impossible. Clearly, there's nothing impossible. You know, just as well as I flew here, you know, at one point that means of doing so was not even available. You know, 50 years ago, you know, 60 years ago, but it is now. So, like I said, we all have to be visionaries in our quest to go out and succeed in life, and to go to do the things that we know, you know, or do the impossible, I should say. Yeah, question.
I would love to know, you know, I know how hard you're working on this. Who else do you know that is doing like this? And how can you connect with them? So it's not just all this effort, you know, alone. There are other people who are,
Absolutely.
you know, out there. I don't know who they are. I'm wondering if you do.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the question is, just to repeat for everyone, is, you know, so we're doing this, but what other groups or individuals are out there doing other things? And that is really the essence of what we're doing. That's the essence of collective intelligence, and that's why we created the International Conference on Collective Intelligence. This is the inception of an ongoing conference with no end date, where we're going to have weekly meetings and gatherings where we invite other people from around the world. So we're going to show a video in a few minutes. While we break for lunch, we'll play a video so that everyone watching can watch the video. It's a 20-minute video done by Alan Savory. But before we get to Alan Savory and before we break, I want to just talk about the real-life example of Sato Hemp. They were there in Japan and operating in an environment of extreme prohibition, where even hemp, you can't even show a picture on television in Japan of a hemp field growing a hemp crop. That's how prohibited it is. In the face of this prohibition, a bold leader emerged who is the bearer of the oldest hemp legacy on earth. The oldest, the Sato family legacy, going back many generations.
1,000 years.
Thousands, well, hundreds of years at minimum. Well, hemp goes back thousands of years, but the Sato family specifically goes back at least a dozen generations into the Edo period, hundreds of years ago. And they passed on the skills and knowledge from father to son, that's how it was done, for all these generations. Takuya Sato is the current bearer of that lineage. And he and his associates have been working together with an extreme environmental focus. Even the dyes that they use to dye the clothing. I'll let the emperor talk about the dyes and just any other aspects that you gentlemen would care to talk about, because you taught me so much. So I invite you to share. In Japanese with translation or in English, either way. Sato-san.
こだわりとか宣言とかなぜその意味として宣言とか素材とか材料とかそういうの
まずはその持続可能な素材だけを使ってお洋服を作るっていうことで、今はヘンプとオーガニックコットンを使いまして、で染料とか、あとはその色落ちを防止する薬剤っていうのがあるんですけども、その辺も一切化学薬品は使わずに天然の素材のみで使ってます。で色落ちしないようにっていうのは酢と塩を使ってやってまして、で染めるのは全部そういう草木染めっていうベジタブル剤。
I'll ask you to speak a little louder so our audience can hear it.
So, Sato Hemp, sustainability is kind of our keyword. We try to use sustainable materials, organic cotton and hemp. We try to make sure that our process and procedures are also just in lineage to like being sustainable, not wasteful. We have a method of not necessarily the dyeing process, but the dyeing process as well, but also some of the finishes you do. You give your clothing at the end. A lot of companies, they use chemicals to prevent the clothing from losing color, because you wash it in the washing machine and it comes out a little more lighter than it did. Well, we try to use organic ingredients even to that last final step. Many people use chemicals. We just cure it with vinegar and salt. There's a little method that we use that, yeah, it's good. So, yeah, just this scrutinizing and regulated the market is for marijuana in Japan and cannabis or hemp or whatever you want to call it. Our processes for making clothing and keeping it sustainable and not leaving a big ass footprint on Earth is also very meticulous.
Arigato gozaimasu. So this is one example. Here you have this beautiful lily pad, so to speak, in Japan. We've got a lily pad here. The lily pads are growing and they connect. We're about to show you yet another lily pad that we've connected with, Alan Savory and the Savory Institute. And there are dozens of others. We're reaching out and having conversations. When we find out of an interesting book that talks about an aspect of it, we reach out to the author and we invite them to do an interview. So I'm like, for example, Alan Savory that we're about to see a video of right now. I reached out to him. Actually, Jay reached out to him and said, "Hey, we should do an interview." And so we did. We did a really great interview. It went for 2 hours, and it's up on our website on radish.org that you can watch. So I'm going to play this Alan Savory video while we break for lunch because some folks actually need to take off pretty soon. So we're going to take a lunch break now, but we're going to hear this video.
I had your name legally changed.
In the meantime, here we go. And so this will go for 20 minutes while we break for lunch. Yes?
Maybe I should try to play it through the webinar again.
Oh, let's play it through the webinar. Okay, do you want to do that then, Jay? Will it also show on the screen? Or should we just do it simultaneously?
Well, it would show on the screen if you were.
No. So I'll tell you, I'll just turn off the volume here. And you can play it there, or...
No, that won't be.
No, let's just play it here. They'll be able to.
Okay.
I mean, just because we've got to keep it rolling. Because that sound good?
All right.
Okay. So everyone, please enjoy the video while we. Did anyone have anything to say before we? Okay. All right. We'll be back in 20 minutes here, but this video will be playing in the meantime for 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll try to be quiet. Okay.
The most massive tsunami, perfect storm is bearing down upon us. This perfect storm is mounting a grim reality, increasingly grim reality, and we are facing that reality with full belief that we can solve our problems with technology, and that's very understandable. Now, this perfect storm that we are facing is the result of our rising population, rising towards 10 billion people, land that is turning to desert, and of course, climate change. Now, there's no question about it at all. We will only solve the problem of replacing fossil fuels with technology. But fossil fuels, carbon, coal, gas, are by no means the only thing that is causing climate change. Desertification is a fancy word for land that is turning to desert. And this happens only when we create too much bare ground. There's no other cause. And I intend to focus on most of the world's land that is turning to desert. But I have for you a very simple message that offers more hope than you can imagine. We have environments where humidity is guaranteed throughout the year. On those, it is almost impossible to create vast areas of bare ground, no matter what you do. Nature covers it up so quickly. And we have environments where we have months of humidity followed by months of dryness, and that is where desertification is occurring. Fortunately, with space technology now, we can look at it from space, and when we do, you can see the proportions fairly well. Generally, what you see in green is not desertifying, and what you see in brown is. And these are by far the greatest areas of the Earth. About 2/3, I would guess, of the world is desertifying. I took this picture in the Tihama Desert while 25 millimeters, that's an inch of rain, was falling. Think of it in terms of drums of water, each containing 200 liters. Over 1,000 drums of water fell on every hectare of that land that day. The next day, the land looked like this. Where had that water gone? Some of it ran off with flooding, but most of the water that soaked into the soil simply evaporated out again, exactly as it does in your garden if you leave the soil uncovered. Now, because the fate of water and carbon are tied to soil organic matter, when we damage soils, you give off carbon. Carbon goes back to the atmosphere. Now, you are told over and over, repeatedly, that desertification is only occurring in arid and semi-arid areas of the world. And that tall grasslands like this one, in high rainfall, are of no consequence. But if you do not look at grasslands, but look down into them, you find that most of the soil in that grassland that you've just seen is bare and covered with a crust of algae, leading to increased runoff and evaporation. That is the cancer of desertification that we do not recognize till its terminal form. Now, we know that desertification is caused by livestock, mostly cattle, sheep, and goats, overgrazing the plants, okay, leaving the soil bare and giving off methane. Almost everybody knows this, from Nobel laureates to golf caddies, or was taught it, as I was. Now, the environments like you see here, dusty environments in Africa, where I grew up, and I loved wildlife, and so I grew up hating livestock because of the damage they were doing. And then my university education as an ecologist reinforced my beliefs. Well, I have news for you. We were once just as certain that the world was flat. We were wrong then, and we are wrong again. And I want to invite you now to come along on my journey of re-education and discovery. When I was a young man, young biologist in Africa, I was involved in setting aside marvelous areas as future national parks. Now, no sooner, this was in the 1950s, and no sooner did we remove the hunting, drum-beating people to protect the animals, and the land began to deteriorate, as you see in this park that we formed. Now, no livestock were involved, but suspecting that we had too many elephants now, I did the research and I proved we had too many, and I recommended that we would have to reduce their numbers and bring them down to a level that the land could sustain. Now, that was a terrible decision for me to make, and it was political dynamite, frankly. So our government formed a team of experts to evaluate my research. They did, they agreed with me, and over the following years, we shot 40,000 elephants to try to stop the damage. And it got worse, not better. Loving elephants as I do, that was the saddest and greatest blunder of my life, and I will carry that to my grave. One good thing did come out of it. It made me absolutely determined to devote my life to finding solutions. When I came to the United States, I got a shock to find national parks like this one desertifying as badly as anything in Africa. And there'd been no livestock on this land for over 70 years. And I found that American scientists had no explanation for this except that it is arid and natural. So I then began looking at all the research plots I could over the whole of the Western United States, where cattle had been removed to prove that it would stop desertification. But I found the opposite. As we see on this research station, where this grassland that was green in 1961, by 2002, had changed to that situation. And the authors of the position paper on climate change, from which I obtained these pictures, attribute this change to unknown processes. Clearly, we have never understood what is causing desertification, which has destroyed many civilizations and now threatens us globally. We've never understood it. Take 1 square meter of soil and make it bare, like this is down here, And I promise you, you will find it much colder at dawn and much hotter at midday than that same piece of ground if it's just covered with litter, plant litter. You have changed the microclimate. Now, by the time you are doing that and increasing greatly the percentage of bare ground on more than half the world's land, you are changing macroclimate. But we have just simply not understood why was it beginning to happen 10,000 years ago? Why has it accelerated lately? We had no understanding of that. What we had failed to understand was that these seasonal humidity environments of the world, the soil and the vegetation, developed with very large numbers of grazing animals. And that these grazing animals developed with ferocious pack hunting predators. Now, the main defense against pack hunting predators is to get into herds. And the larger the herd, the safer the individuals. Now, large herds dump and urinate all over their own food, and they have to keep moving. And it was that movement that prevented the overgrazing of plants, while the periodic trampling ensured good cover of the soil, as we see where a herd has passed. This picture is a typical seasonal grassland. It has just come through 4 months of rain, and it's now going into 8 months of dry season. And watch the change as it goes into this long dry season. Now, all of that grass you see above ground has to decay biologically before the next growing season. And if it doesn't, the grassland and the soil begin to die. Now, if it does not decay biologically, it shifts to oxidation, which is a very slow process, and this smothers and kills grasses, leading to a shift to woody vegetation and bare soil releasing carbon. To prevent that, we have traditionally used fire. But fire also leaves the soil bare, releasing carbon. And worse than that, burning 1 hectare of grassland gives off more and more damaging pollutants than 6,000 cars. And we are burning in Africa every single year more than 1 billion hectares of grasslands, and almost nobody is talking about it. We justify the burning as scientists because it does remove the dead material and it allows the plants to grow. Now, looking at this grassland of ours that has gone dry, what could we do to keep that healthy? And bear in mind, I'm talking of most of the world's land now. Okay? We cannot reduce animal numbers to rest it more without causing desertification and climate change. We cannot burn it without causing desertification and climate change. What are we going to do? There is only one option. I repeat to you, only one option left to climatologists and scientists, and that is to do the unthinkable and to use livestock, bunched and moving, as a proxy for former herds and predators and mimic nature. There is no other alternative left to mankind. So let's do that. So on this bit of grassland, we'll do it, but just in the foreground. We'll impact it very heavily with cattle to mimic nature, and we've done so, and look at that. All of that grass is now covering the soil as dung, urine, and litter or mulch, as every one of the gardeners amongst you would understand, and that soil is ready to hold, absorb, and hold the rain, to store carbon, and to break down methane. And we did that without using fire to damage the soil, and the plants are free to grow. When I first realized that we had no option as scientists but to use much vilified livestock to address climate change and desertification, okay, I was faced with a real dilemma. How were we to do it? We'd had 10,000 years of extremely knowledgeable pastoralists bunching and moving their animals that they had created the great man-made deserts of the world. Then we'd had 100 years of modern range science, and that had accelerated desertification as we first discovered in Africa and then confirmed in the United States. And as you see in this picture, of land managed by the federal government. Clearly more was needed than bunching and moving the animals. And humans, over thousands of years, had never been able to deal with nature's complexity. But we biologists and ecologists had never tackled anything as complex as this. So rather than reinvent the wheel, I began studying other professions to see if anybody had. And I found there were planning techniques that I could take and adapt to our biological need. And from those, I developed what we call holistic management and planned grazing, a planning process. And that does address all of nature's complexity and our social, environmental, economic complexity. Today, we have young women like this one teaching villagers in Africa how to put their animals together into larger herds, plan their grazing to mimic nature, and where we have them hold their animals overnight, we run them in a predator-friendly manner, so we have a lot of lions and so on, and where they do this and hold them overnight to prepare the crop fields, we're getting very great increases in crop yield as well. Let's look at some results. This is land close to land that we manage in Zimbabwe. It has just come through 4 months of very good rains, got that year, and it's going into the long dry season. But as you can see, all of that rain, almost all of it, has evaporated from the soil surface. The river is dry despite the rain just having ended, okay? And we have 150,000 people on almost permanent food aid. Now let's go to our land nearby on the same day with the same rainfall, and look at that. Our river is flowing and healthy and clean, it's fine. The production of grass, shrubs, trees, wildlife, everything is now more productive, and we have virtually no fear of dry years. And we did that by increasing the cattle and goats 400%, planning the grazing to mimic nature and integrate them with all the elephants, buffalo, giraffes, and other animals that we have. But before we began, our land looked like that. This site was bare and eroding for over 30 years, regardless of what rain we got. Okay, watch the marked tree and see the change as we use livestock to mimic nature. This was another site where it had been bare and eroding, and at the base of the marked small tree, we had lost over 30 centimeters of soil. Okay, and again, watch the change just using livestock to mimic nature. And there are fallen trees in that now because these are now, the better land is now attracting elephants, etc. This land in Mexico was in terrible condition, and I've had to mark the hill because the change is so profound. I began helping a family in the Karoo Desert in the 1970s, turn the desert that you see on the right there back to grassland, and thankfully now their grandchildren are on the land with hope for the future. And look at the amazing change in this one, where that gully has completely healed using nothing but livestock mimicking nature. And once more, we have the third generation of that family on that land with their flag still flying. The vast grasslands of Patagonia are turning to desert, as you see here. The man in the middle is an Argentinian researcher, and he has documented the steady decline of that land over the years as they kept reducing the sheep numbers. They put 25,000 sheep in one flock, really mimicking nature now, with planned grazing, okay? And they have documented a 50% increase in the production of the land in the first year. We now have in the violent Horn of Africa, pastoralists planning their grazing to mimic nature and openly saying it is the only hope they have of saving their families and saving their culture. 95% of that land can only feed people from animals. I remind you that I'm talking about most of the world's land here. Wait, including the most violent region of the world, where only animals can feed people from about 95% of the land. What we are doing globally is causing climate change as much as, I believe, fossil fuels, and maybe more than fossil fuels. But worse than that, it is causing hunger, poverty, violence, social breakdown, and war. And as I am talking to you, millions of men, women, and children are suffering and dying. And if this continues, we are unlikely to be able to stop the climate changing even after we have eliminated the use of fossil fuels. I believe I've shown you how we can work with nature at very low cost to reverse all this. We are already doing so on about 15 million hectares on 5 continents. And people who understand far more about carbon than I do calculate that for illustrative purposes, if we do what I'm showing you here, we can take enough carbon out of the atmosphere and safely store it in the grassland soils for thousands of years. And if we just do that on about half the world's grasslands that I've shown you, we can take us back to pre-industrial levels while feeding people. I can think of almost nothing that offers more hope for our planet, for your children, and their children, and all of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone here has A, 100 questions, B, wants to have you. I'm just going to ask you one quick question. When you first start this, you bring in a flock of animals. It's desert. What do they eat? How does that part work? How do you start?
Well, we've done this for a long time, and the only time we have ever had to provide any feed is doing mine reclamation, where it's 100% there. But many years ago, we took the worst land in Zimbabwe, where I offered a £5 note in a 100-mile drive if somebody could find one grass in a 100-mile drive. And on that, we trebled the stocking rate, the number of animals in the first year with no feeding, just by the movement, mimicking nature, and using a sigmoid curve, that principle. It's a little bit technical to explain here.
Well, I would love to. I mean, this is such an interesting and important idea. The best people on our blog are going to come and talk to you and try and. I want to get more on this.
Well,
we
wonderful.
Can share along with the talk. That is an astonishing talk, truly an astonishing talk. And I think you heard that we all are cheering you on your way. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I know.
I'm in love with this man. Oh, God.
All right. We're rolling, right? Okay.
Let me bring somebody to stop. Let me just restart this one.
I'm your slave.
All right. Thank you all for watching. And if you want to see it again, go to YouTube and just type in Alan Savory with 2 L's and savory just like a savory food. I began a correspondence and actually did an interview of Alan Savory because I wanted to go deeper and I wanted the world to learn more about his amazing work. And so earlier this year, I did a 2-hour interview of Alan Savory. It's up on radish.org. You can watch it. I highly recommend it. I just heard a woman in the audience say, I am in love with this man. I'm in love with him too. And when we started our discussion in January this year, he told me, Jamin, in 50 years, I had not gotten as much traction as I did doing this one 20-minute talk, which is published on a channel called the TED Talks. And the TED Talks cover all kinds of different topics, but a lot of people watch them. And then people can then send the link to other people to watch. And it can expand that way. So knowledge is, we're able to disseminate knowledge now in a way that we could not before. And this is actually a perfect example of collective intelligence. Alan Savory gives one 20-minute talk, it's recorded and broadcast, and then millions of people can watch it later on, talk about it, express their views about it, and start to build on it. Alan Savory has started another form of collective intelligence in the form of a blog, a web blog or blog, where he writes about and goes more into depth about this and invites other people into the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody could get the emperor, that would be great. But you know, but the show goes on. All of this is collective intelligence. We're able to make contributions, share our ideas, share our findings, and share them with the rest of the world. And then the rest of the world can comment on that and say, hey, I love that, and I've got a question. What about this? What about that? This is the beginning of a global community. Now, I highlight Alan Savory because of both the incredible importance of his work, but also because it is such a mind bender. Another gentleman from the audience told me, this is just rocking my world. This completely goes against everything I had believed about livestock, right? Livestock are the problem, therefore we all need to go vegetarian. Well, it turns out livestock are a crucial part of the solution. And the critical difference is how we do livestock. Traditionally, we've been doing livestock in this industrial agriculture way where we raise a bunch of grain and in a very unsustainable way and feed all that grain to livestock in big feed slaughter lots or whatever in an extremely unsustainable and inhumane way. And of course, people are repulsed by all of that. Most people don't know that there is an alternative. This is the alternative. And the holistic approach that Alan Savory is taking we've been taking that holistic approach. And so what Alan Savory is doing at the level of individual ecosystems, we want to do at the level of the entire planet. Take a holistic approach, not just to managing land and livestock and grazing, but to managing the entire global economy. And that's precisely the strategy of the Hungerless Games, which I'll put up on the screen again, is to transform the entire global economy to a compassionate economy, which is healing and regenerative. So for example, one example, the community cafes will seek to source as much of their food as possible, ideally 100% of their food, from regenerative agricultural networks of exactly the kind that Alan Savory is pioneering. And so, just like we talked about the lily pad in Japan, connected with our lily pad here, we're now connecting with Alan Savory's lily pad from Africa, which he has expanded to other continents. And we are emailing back and forth on a daily basis now, communicating about how do we bring all these lily pads together. He appreciates what we're doing, we appreciate what he and his group are doing, and the idea is to bring all of us together under a tent of global collective intelligence and build a global community to build, develop, and perfect all of these solutions. So Alan Savory's work, it took him years to develop, refine, and perfect. At first, he was just focused on the land and on livestock and the animals and all that, and happened to be overlooking certain things related to local economics and culture. And so that's when he took this extreme holistic approach of looking at every aspect.
Mimicking nature.
Mimicking nature.
That's his solution.
Mimicking nature, absolutely.
Nature had it all figured out.
Absolutely.
We screwed up.
Yeah.
That's the history.
Very, very.
Humanity.
That's it.
But then thank God there's people like Alan Savory around.
That's right.
He's incredible. I've never heard of him, but he's incredible. Like I said, I'm in love with him.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
bet a lot of people are.
Yes. No, a lot of people are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are.
He is right.
It's really interesting. He's developing quite a following. A lot of people in academia are actually attacking what he's doing.
I'm not surprised.
Because it flies in the face of things that they have looked, because they're looking.
He already said that. He already said that.
That's right, because they've been looking at it in a very siloed approach.
Academia is, get it. It's not real life.
Well, we have an idea that academia can be transformed from the very siloed, kind of incestuous mode that it's in, to a mode of contribution to a holistic, mimicking nature. Well, so mimicking nature turned out to be the solution, but even Alan Savory uses models and a planning process to use intelligence to optimally mimic nature, right? And
Because nature burns too, and, you know, it all happens.
right.
He picked out the key things that amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a biologist, by the way.
We should get you a microphone because really people can't hear what you're saying unless we get you a microphone. Would someone be good enough to?
Well, maybe it's not important that they hear what I'm saying.
It is important, believe me, it is important. We're recording this whole thing. So
Oh.
basically they're getting half the conversation. Can you imagine hearing half a conversation?
Yes, because I only have 1 ear.
Yeah, I know. So you're particularly sensitive to it. So
Yeah.
would you be willing to speak into
Sure,
okay.
I mean, I don't know what I.
No, I'm just saying anything you say, please just say it into the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hand her the microphone. And that way anything she has to say from now on, she can just say into the microphone. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So just to paraphrase, mimicking nature is the key thing, and looking at it holistically from the cultural, environmental, economic, all aspects. That is key.
And that, what was interesting, I mean, it was all interesting to me because, like I say, I'm a biologist, but having the predators around too. We always want to get rid of the predators, get rid of the wolves, get rid of the bears, get rid of, I mean, it's, mimicking nature includes predators.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the way it balances itself.
Mm-hmm.
And also fertilizes the ground, and so on and so forth. And we've been massacring predators selectively.
Mm-hmm.
Isolate them. They don't have any channels to migrate and move from one place to another. They don't have any, I forget what they call those things, but they're, you know.
The corridors.
Corridors.
Ecological corridors. Wildlife
Yes.
corridors, yeah.
I mean, if we would just open our eyes and watch and learn from nature and get ourselves out of the picture for a while, out of the muddle, and how smart we are and how intelligent we are and how destructive we are. I am so encouraged. I feel like I've been given a shot of some kind of wonderful vitamin.
Yeah.
You know, that's, hey, thank God for him. Thank God for people like him. And I really, I support that 100%. I've been living so in such despair, growing year by year as I watch what's happening. This is our planet, this is our home, this is our mother. And basically I turned into a hermit. And I just stay home and I study. I can't stand to see it. I can't stand to see it.
Yeah.
I can't stand to see what's happening in our region.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of people per month are migrating in here. No matter what we do, we'll never be able to accommodate that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've seen ugly, huge, massive apartment, buildings starting in a place called Newcastle across on the east side.
Yeah.
That don't belong there. I mean, it doesn't blend in with anything. They're just like nightmares. And that's what people are doing. The people that want to make money off these people that are moving in, that then they can really, profit.
Yeah.
P-R-O-F-I-T.
Absolutely.
P-R-O-P-H-E-T.
Like Alan Savory.
Like Alan Savory.
Exactly.
They make profit that way. They make profit from the heart and the mind and the spirit.
Yeah.
Because God made the planet. God made it. He knows how to make it. He knows how to keep it. Why don't we talk to God? We turn ourselves off. We don't even acknowledge God anymore. Because it's not politically savvy. Well, bullshit. And bullshit's good because it fertilizes the ground.
That's right. That's right.
So, that's my moment of.
I think people now are too busy, Facebook, Instagram.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Reality TV shows.
It's moronic.
And I think people
They're not
should watch
looking at
what's happening to our world, and that's what's happening to someone else's life.
They don't give a crap.
Right.
Because they don't know anything. And you can't learn
No.
anything at school anymore.
Look at the kids all day. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I was a teacher too.
Right.
We are really going down the slide faster and faster.
Right.
And so, I think we should realize that there is a God. That we are not God. God is God. We are humans. God made humans. God made the earth. God made everything.
We don't even communicate like before.
We don't communicate with God.
At all.
We don't. And the churches don't help. Not one darn bit. We need to go back to the early church, the first 200, 300 years of the Christian church, from Jesus' time. Now, not after Rome and the Pope and all this stuff, and the wars they fought and financed and stuff. We need to get back to nature. We need to get back to God, who is our maker. He can teach us. He will teach us if we ask him. But we have to ask. We cannot take God for granted. Because he will take us out.
Well, that is something that, we've had the honor and pleasure to humans in constant communication with Mrs. Savory, as well as the Savory Institute. And we've had the honor and pleasure of being with him via video calls. He's so open, so patient to give his time and his suggestions and solutions to us and share with us his knowledge. I mean, countless hours of research, his development, all the things that he could share.
And he's so calm.
Yes. Yes.
He doesn't inflame. He's
No.
just calm. But I turned on fire.
Yeah.
He caught me on fire.
Yeah.
With his calm.
Why I think it's through all his, like I said, through all his travels. He lives between Africa and New Mexico. And through all that traveling that he does, I think he realized the approach you have to make is from a compassionate demeanor. It's from an understanding that what people don't know, they can't act on.
He's a beautiful person.
He is.
He's a beautiful person.
And
And there are other beautiful people around.
Yes,
Like,
I think you brought up before, who are the people that we're communicating with, and
this is what I want to see.
Right.
Well, more importantly, you're part of it. You are a beautiful person. And you are here with us participating so that we can come together and commune, with what we have with all of our limitations, such as they are. Alan Savory told me, look, I'm 80 years old. I've got between 5 and 10 years left. This is my mission to get the word out on this. So
he has the mission, and we can have it.
Exactly.
You have it. I have it, but I'm stuck because I can't get around.
Well, see, now you've hit on a very important point. It's very easy for any of us to say, hey, I'm stuck. Little old me.
Well, I'm studying.
Okay.
But that's
no, you're
not anybody else.
Well, it is now because you're sharing with us your perspective. You're being now a part of the collective intelligence.
See, what I've noticed is nobody wants to hear what I have to say in the world in Belgium right now. There's nobody there who wants to hear what I have to say. If I started talking, they'd probably call the police.
Well, so
I mean, that's what we're living in. That's what you were pointing out. It's just video games and crap. Total crap.
So here's what I see. People have a resistance when they hear people articulating problems because people often have a resistance to hearing about problems, particularly.
Oh, shit. They have to live with it.
May I continue?
Sorry, honey.
Okay, thank you. So
I back down.
Thank you. So what we have found, and I think it's exemplified in Alan Savory's talk. Look, if he just got up there and emoted about how shitty everything is, right? I don't think he would have quite the impact that he's having. Here's the key. He is presenting a solution, holistic land management. People hear Eric taught me this. When people hear a problem, especially the bigger the problem, the more immediate you need to hit them with a solution. That's what Alan Savory did. He first talked a bit about the problem, and then boom, the solution. And that's what really got people energized is hope. Hope that there is a solution out there that we can actually implement. What we're doing with our approach is furthering Alan. What we want to do is we want to take the Savory Institute model of holistic land management, set it on fire, and make it a massive popular thing so that people demand. If I'm going to eat meat, it has to come from holistically managed land.
How are you going to do that?
I'm telling you right now. If you listen, I'll tell you. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. The Hungerless Games is initiating a process. Let's look at the whole of it, not just the beginning, but the whole of it. The beginning is the permanent eradication of world hunger through the implementation of community cafes and compassionate communities that take care of people, eradicate poverty, and thus halt the population explosion, which is at the root of the destruction of
I've
the.
been preaching that for all my life.
I know. Well, please hear me out, because I'm not just speaking to you. I'm speaking to everyone here, and we're being recorded. So there are people who don't know this who need to hear this. Okay. So it's okay. So here's what it is. By focusing initially in the initial stage on eradicating hunger, eradicating poverty, and thus eradicating the population explosion, that's how we start. And in the process, we make the Hungerless Games and our entire strategy massively popular among people. We put compassion in fashion with the CCC standard, initially with hemp clothing, with Sato hemp, right? In fact, this is part of a larger story where we're bringing together two great hemp legacies. I am the great grandson of Diego Pellicer, the largest grower of hemp in the world in the Victorian era. Takuya Sato, the Sato family, has the longest legacy of hemp in the world and currently makes the most beautiful, environmentally sustainable hemp clothing. We're joining forces to turn the hemp industry into the world's first compassionate industry. That's very popular because there's a lot of people who are very excited about hemp. There are people taking classes about hemp and they want to get into it, but they don't know quite how.
And it isn't marijuana they're excited about.
It's hemp. We're with the CCC, marrying the CCC standard with hemp and all of its amazing properties. Now we've got a dynamo going on because we're putting compassion in fashion, funding the community cafes, which will be sourcing from Alan Savory's regenerative agricultural networks. Can you imagine going into a supermarket and there's certain kinds of beef and, buffalo and certain kinds of meat products, and certain ones of those have a CCC sticker on them, meaning these come from regenerative agricultural networks. By increasing the demand for such meat products, we will increase the supply, because more and more farmers will say, hey, that's where all the demand is, that's where all the money is. Let me adopt this holistic land management, get certified, just like there are people who certify organic farms of tomatoes and whatnot. Let's have certified compassionate meat products.
So is the certification process already underway?
Is certification?
No, certification.
Certification. So we are in the process of building the standard CCC.
Because I would represent you at QFC.
Thank you.
And Safeway.
Yeah, no, you would say, hey, where are the CCC products? So
yeah.
There are, so the very first CCC products will be hemp clothing, right? And we're going to build out the standard for the hemp industry, but we're inviting other industries, we're inviting other entrepreneurs, come join us so that we can build out the standards in other industries.
Yes.
No, we have this is urgent.
I know, this is very urgent.
Extremely, so that's why we're doing what we're doing. Initiating the International Conference on Collective Intelligence so that all of us can come together. The Alan Savorys of the world, the Beverly Savages of the world, the Eric Millers of the world, the Crispin Rodriguezes, the Takuya Satos, all of the lily pads, we need to come together and agree on the new standard that's going to define the global economy of the future. A sustainable, compassionate economy, compassionate to people and compassionate to the planet.
Are you communicating with Alan about this?
Yes.
I mean, about this certification?
Absolutely. And he's going to put me in touch with some people who are working on a certification just for beef. What I told him is, I said, look, Alan, we don't just need a certification for beef. No. We need it for the entire global economy. Because the consumer that's just walking down the street, listening to headphones, watching ads, they have limited bandwidth. They don't have the bandwidth to become experts in this. So we're making it simple for them. With CCC, we make it simple. If you see CCC on it, on the product, buy it, it's okay. If you don't see a CCC on it, boycott it, because chances are it's destroying the planet.
Well, I mean, you are right, this is so urgent, it's scary.
Now the beautiful thing is, by starting with ending hunger, we're tapping into something where you don't have to be an expert in ecology and biology and climate change in order to understand it. Everybody gets hunger, we get it 3 times a day, and those of us who are fortunate enough to can do something about it, and those of us who aren't fortunate can't, and we starve. Okay. everyone gets it. So by saying, look, buy Sato hemp, help turn the hemp industry into the world's first compassionate industry and inspire other compassionate entrepreneurs to follow. We can be making hemp building materials, hemp this, hemp that, and then expand quickly to meat products as we
Hemp drinks.
hemp drinks.
On the shelf.
Absolutely. Yes.
Brand new. I mean,
Right. So you see, as we start to build more and more, people have more and more options. People can talk about it more and point it out to their friends at the grocery store. Hey, you should try this, blah, blah, blah. Do you know about Triple C? Do you know about the community cafes? Dude, check out the reality television series, the weekly documentary television series, The Emperor's New Clothes. We're going to put it on TV. See, but the whole point is make it simple. You know, the old expression, keep it simple, stupid. We're keeping it simple. Buy hemp clothing, buy Triple C, end hunger, and watch The Emperor's New Clothes. As they watch it, they'll say, wow. And little by little, as they watch the show, we'll invite Alan Savory to the show.
I just want to, share with you a reflection.
Yeah.
Because I am a Christian.
Yeah.
And I love Jesus. I mean, love Jesus. Totally. Alan Savory doesn't even touch Jesus. He is, if you read him in the Bible, he doesn't use a lot of words. He's a man of few words. He's very simple. That does not mean it's easy. What he tells you to do is not easy. But he's simple, and Alan was calm and simple. He made me think of Jesus and his presentation. Anybody can understand those pictures and what he said.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a biologist. It just caught my profession on fire. I mean, you could just be anybody and still get it.
That's true. If you sit down and watch it.
If you watch
But
it.
the key is to get them to watch it. So what we're doing is we're turning on the bright light to attract the mosquitoes. The bright light is not ecosystems and hunger and desertification. The bright light is ending hunger and being cool. We're redefining cool to be compassionate. We're putting compassion in fashion. Now, it's not an either or. We're not saying, hey, do this instead. Look, we put up his interviews on our website. We want as many people as possible to see them, right? That's why
what do they call it when you just, fire all your guns at once? I mean, it's just like,
shotgun?
No, sort of, but it's I can't think of it.
Or fire for effect.
Hmm?
Something like fire for effect.
I can't hear.
She can't hear you. Get to talk a little
Are you
more.
speaking like fire for effect?
What?
Fire for effect.
Oh, well, yeah, indiscriminate fire.
Right,
I mean, just
indiscriminate, right.
blow it,
Right.
because all those people are different.
Right.
You're not talking to the same kind of person. You're talking to all the different kinds of people, that are stuck on video games. Crying out loud.
See, we even want to get to those people through the Hungerless games. That's why we want to actually make it an online game.
Yeah.
There's a game called World of Warcraft, where all these millions of kids around the world get on and they're all playing this war game. We've come up with a concept called Planet of Peacecraft. Peacecraft, right? As just a meme, right? Or the Hungerless games. But really, it's about coming together to co-create a better world. Eric's 12-year-old son is dialed in. Kids these days are dialed in a way that they see the world collapsing around them, and they want to make a difference. Some of them still can't. Again, we don't have to get everyone on board. With even 1% market share of Triple C in the global economy, we will raise $50 billion per year and permanently eradicate world hunger. 1%. 1% of purchases, the profits from those purchases, will eradicate hunger and turn Alan Savory's work into a massively popular. We want to turn Triple C into the next certified organic. It needs to replace certified organic because certified organic does not address what Alan Savory is talking about.
We need to change that 1% from what it is now, which is 1% of people have 99% of the resources on this planet, to 1%. What were you saying?
Well, my point was actually quite different. I agree with you. We do need to transform.
I mean, that is insane.
There's a lot of insanity all over the world, and I'm not defending or justifying one iota of it. What we're working on is how do we create an actual pathway, an actual strategy for transforming all of it. My point was very simple. As soon as we have even 1% penetration of the global economy, and I'm not saying we stop there, but I'm just saying as soon as we have 1% penetration into the global economy, we will, at that point, be generating enough money to permanently eradicate world hunger. The income distribution problem you're talking about is represented on this graph.
I saw that.
That's right, I showed it to you at one point.
That sucks. That totally.
I could not agree with you more.
That's the end of the world.
Okay, so let me talk some substance here. I know it sucks. I agree with you. That's why I created this slide. So let's get beyond suck and see what do we do about it, right? Right. And here we, and we've got presentations up on the website that talk about this. But basically, the people who have nothing are reproducing like rabbits. This is your engine of overpopulation down here.
Yeah.
This is your engine of environmental destruction over here. The people with surplus wealth destroying the planet. You don't have to look farther than a company like Coca-Cola to see how it works. They sell. I'm sorry. Actually, everyone's listening. Let's focus on this. They sell to everyone, and all their profits go to the wealthy shareholders. So they're increasing the concentration of wealth. I make the analogy of a farm where all the fertilizer is piled up in one spot, and the rest of the field is left fallow. It makes absolutely no sense. We are changing that dynamic with the compassionate economy. We're totally changing the direction of those flows of money. We get a lot of our inspiration from Paul Newman. All profits to charity. Here you have a thriving multi-hundred-million-dollar business where all profits go to charity. So what we're doing is implementing that on a massive scale by creating a compassionate sector of the economy, filling up the bathtub, eliminating poverty, and thus putting the brakes on overpopulation. All achieved through a simple standard, CCC, Certified Compassionate Company, pioneered by Sato Hem. I was just reinforcing your point there.
Good overview.
Thank you. And so here's a concept that we came up with. The t-shirt that's changing the world. The t-shirt that's changing the world. Sato Hemp. We want to get everyone wearing Sato Hemp shirts so they can say, well, what's that Sato? Well, hey, I heard about that. Is that what they talk about on that TV program, The Emperor's New Clothes?
Where do you get them?
What's the question?
I said, where do you get them?
Get what?
Oh,
You see? That is the moment where a consumer is saying, I want one. Hallelujah! That's what I'm talking about.
I get it. I don't want a Nordstrom.
No, not at Nordstrom. We're going to market them through a Kickstarter campaign. I'll help you. I'll help you buy one once they're ready for sale. We're creating see, you got a customer. People love Sato Hemp, and then it's a conversation starter. You're honest, what is that Sato Hemp? I heard about that. Right? Well, my goodness, you should hear
What
about
does it taste like? Where do you smoke it?
Okay, when we're off camera, we'll answer that question. But we're putting, and you see on every one of his shirts, it will say compassion in fashion. We're putting compassion. Right. But then,
This is an example.
this is an example. I've got some other slides here. Imagine a world without hunger, right? Community cafes. This creates communities without hunger. As soon as we put one of these in a desert community in Somalia where people are starving, we will end hunger. We'll build a community cafe and create the supply lines so that Alan Savory's regenerative agricultural networks can supply them.
And so that corrupt dictators of African countries don't take that food and sell it and get the profits.
Amen.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
They
I know.
pick it up and sell it privately and they get the profits.
Exactly.
And it never gets to the people. I've been told this by an Ethiopian person who's a friend of mine from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
He told me that's what happens in Ethiopia.
That's what happens around the world
Yeah.
in the economy of hoarding, right? Sato hemp is the beginning of the transformation of the global economy from an economy of hoarding to a compassionate economy. So
get rid of those corrupt dictators.
they'll go away. They'll go away, but we have to stay on the ball. We have to stay focused on first ending hunger. The people, the communities will be empowered. And once they find this power that they have, and once the consumer like yourself finds their power and says, hey, I want to buy these compassionate products. I want to be part of the solution. I'm tired of being part of the problem. The goals of the community cafe: eradicate world hunger and build community. The global economic engine, started by Sato Hemp, funds this. Sato Hemp is the first. This is a video we did in Japan at this beautiful park in Tokyo, sharing the concept. And Sato Hemp will be the first major funder of the community cafes. We start the process going, but the cool thing is it's a virtuous cycle in both directions. Yes, Sato Hemp sends their profits over here, but what does Sato Hemp get in return? Success. The success of the community cafes gets people fired up about community cafes and about the people who are funding them, and they reward the people who are funding them, just like you want to reward Sato Hemp by buying their products. And thank you for that. And thank all consumers. This then puts compassion in fashion. And this is the beginning of a compassionate fashion industry, an entire industry dedicated to compassion, right? And to ending world hunger. And what's next? A compassionate economy funding a transformation to a whole world. A world that is whole, a world that is healthy, a world that is complete. That's our vision.
So Michael's.
Oh, can we hear Michael?
Well, we can try.
Yes, my name is Michel Appel. I'm calling in from France.
He's speaking.
Can we get him on the speaker?
Yeah,
okay.
And we could put that microphone onto the speaker.
Speak to us, Michael.
Thank you for taking my call, Jamin Shively.
Okay, you're welcome. Let me see if I can.
Yeah,
Yeah, let me see if I can bring your audio up here a second.
Yeah, bring the mic.
Yeah, well. And hopefully this will continue. Just they're under there.
Say something, Michael. Let's see if we can
Hello.
hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we're going to try to hear you better. All right, go ahead, Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very well. I'm calling from the south of France. My name is Michael. And I have been following with great interest this work of the compassionate economy. And I have a question for you. And it is whether we're going to be able, with collective intelligence, to achieve a new form of collective consciousness, even a cosmopolitan consciousness. And if so, what does that mean for the individual consumer?
Very good. I have an idea. So you see, part of collective intelligence, I think we have an example right here in this room. Using collective intelligence, we broadcast Alan Savory's 20-minute message, right? And that has penetrated the minds of several consumers in this room right now who now want to change their purchasing patterns in order to support a compassionate, whole, healthy world. So I believe that just by this very example, just by sharing what we're doing, whether it's playing the Alan Savory videos or doing our own Emperor's New Clothes weekly documentary television series, all of that gets the message to the world, to the consumers, and says, hey, you've got choices, and we're creating a new path, and you can be a part of it. I'm sorry, what do you think? I will. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds to me like what we're saying here is that the story itself projects a narrative of the future where the individual consumer becomes a part of a whole compassionate economy where we subsume individual interests for the greater good, but at the same time we satisfy our own need for meaning.
For meaning, you said, right?
Yes, for meaning.
Meaning, yes. We satisfy our own need for meaning. We need for our life to have. You're absolutely right. Amen. Very well said. Keep talking, Michael.
Yes, I don't want to take too much time, but I feel like this CCC standard, certified compassionate company, of which Sato Hemp is the first. It's what it really does is it takes to an extreme, or if you will, the logical conclusion of many social movements to date, so that at the end of bringing CCC to market, we are going to be able to eradicate not only hunger, but any number of problems where people are suffering and the planet is suffering.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can I add something?
Please.
I'll get close to the mic.
Sure.
So I would add the meaning that you're talking about could very simply be summed into one meaning for us to do what we do, and it is to preserve our one and only planet Earth, because it is our one and only planet Earth. We can throw rockets up in the sky, we could try to inhabit the moon and Mars, but we really only have one, and that's the meaning of our existence on Earth now, is to preserve this beautiful planet.
Well said. Very well said.
Yes, thank you for answering my question.
And what's really cool about that is that gives us a shared meaning because it is our planet. That's one thing, perhaps the one big thing that we all have in common. This is our common home. A higher meaning. Thank you. Thank you. Right. A higher meaning instead of just, as opposed to just the individual and my needs and my ego and my, little trajectory, my little, few decade trajectory on this planet. Go ahead. What you're saying, Marcel, that was great too. You guys keep I've said enough.
Yes. One more thing, it's not a question, it's a comment. I see the collective intelligence as not only a way for us to achieve some sort of cosmopolitan consciousness and perhaps a compassionate economy, but in fact, it is the manifestation of a compassionate economy insofar as collective intelligence itself emerges from a new way of being human, relating the one to the other, so that at the end of our efforts, we are able to say with some confidence that we are truly a planetary society, and this collective intelligence, I think, is already a manifestation of an economy of sharing.
Sharing our knowledge, our minds, our insights, our perspectives. So you're saying the very collective intelligence is a manifestation of that economy of sharing.
Yes.
Thank you, Michael. People want to hear more from you, Michael. You're being encouraged to talk.
Well, I will refrain from cracking some jokes. But I see the transformation of the mode of production, which we call capitalism, which is our current mode of production today, which is not all bad. We can't say that nothing good has come of it. But at the same time, we have to realize that in taking a historical perspective, we are moving on to some greater form or a higher form of intelligence than the individual ego, where we're able not only to satisfy I would call it a combination of greed and fear, but moving beyond that to some sense of the whole of which we are a part.
Who are you? You'd say, well, we are an ant colony. That ant thinks in terms of us. That's why it's always sharing information and et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm hearing in what you're saying, and please stay on, is really a transformation in our identity itself, who we are. We have very much an individual identity. Well, I'm better than you, I got more money than you, blah, 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 to a collective identity. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's really a paradigm shift, which means that when analyzed from the standpoint of the individual and a society based on the individual, which has not been a bad thing per se, we see we have individual interest, and that together it may indeed create a certain economy where we're able to produce many things for the benefit of not necessarily everybody, but for those who are able to profit from this economy. And so we have been able to create many things. But I think as we continue on our path, we see that this identity is very limited and very limiting, because we see ourselves as belonging to this or that community, nationality, class, gender, race. There's so many ways we identify ourselves. But at the end of the day, I think we see that at base, we have the same biology, the same biological needs. And those needs are not being fulfilled within the current economy.
Right, right. And primary of those needs is food and water. which is why that's
Yes.
what we're
Yes.
actually.
How can we simply stand by and say that this economy, which has been very profitable for the few and has also raised many out of poverty, how can we say that this is the one true mode of production if indeed we see that people continue to suffer? And compassion, it's a question of suffering with the other. So I think from an ethical point of view, it's imperative that we expand our circle, our community, to encompass the whole world. And in so doing, we see that as we take this point of view, it's a paradigm shift. I think we begin to adapt new ways of being in the world. So, for example, instead of buying something because it satisfies simply my needs and wants, we say, okay, I am more than an individual because as an individual, I belong to the collective. And so in so doing, we say, okay, Sato Hemp, this is a company that stands for this form of mode of production that we can, for the time being, just simply call the collectivity or the collective intelligence of which it is a manifestation. And from there, it starts some sort of movement where people are really enraptured by merging with the other in a way that hitherto has been limited. It's a whole new way of being in the world that we may call a whole world.
Yeah, yeah. The merging, there's really two ways that I see that we're focused on doing the merging. One is through community cafes and compassionate community, right? Coming together, eating together, working together, sharing the same resources in a way that's much friendlier to the planet than everyone recreating their own universe in their own little McMansion, right? And burning through costs of material and energy and et cetera, et cetera. So that's one of the ways of merging is coming together physically, eating together, living together, working together. The other way of merging, and that's on a very local level, the other way of merging together is the global level of everyone coming together mentally and verbally and communicating through a global collective intelligence. I think that's really profound. We have, thank you. Thank you very much. We really have a kind of a dialectic now. At a local level, we come together and break bread and share and talk. And at a global level, we leverage technology and collective intelligence to share, mentally share ideas, if not physically, then through video conference like we're doing right now. What's going on, Jake? Okay. I love hearing you talk, Michael, so really.
Yes, I don't want to take any more time, but this Triple C standard, I think, is, we say the proof is in the pudding here in France. And it means that what is collective intelligence producing where we can see some result? I think we see it here in Triple C already. At the very beginnings, there is a global standard for really revolutionizing the people and regenerating the planet.
Very good. Very good. More sharing. This is great. This is collective intelligence.
All day.
I'd like to share.
Please. Yeah.
So, Michael, you also mentioned all the divisions that we have on Earth among countries, among people, different races. We're drawing many more borders, and that's, in a way, necessary for political realms, but it goes against the most important thing that we need right now, which is unity. It's global unity that we need among all of the inhabitants, and it would be great to figure out how to make unity cool again. You know what I mean? Just like here, you guys are putting compassion in fashion. That's an amazing tagline. That's an amazing thing to broadcast out into the world, putting compassion in fashion. Let's try to do the same thing with the concept of unity, with the concept of human, what we have in common, what humans have in common. We're too much delving into, especially the political pundits, we're too much delving into what are our separating factors. That's what's killing us, and how we kill each other, and that's what's killing our planet too. So how do we open up the concept of unity to be something that we should all strive for? There are many answers to that, and many suppositions. I think music's one. I think something like spreading compassion and fashion through hemp, and also the whole economy of hemp, is a solution. But I also think that all this has to be broadcast. And I know we're doing it now, but it has to be broadcast, I swear, on Super Bowl Sunday. We need partners that have the money that they've made from being successful. We need partners like that to allow us to buy advertising time within the Super Bowl and to go Sato Hemp, blah, 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 or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. So as much as we're trying to get away from or trying to have a different approach to capitalism, we need our partners who have been successful within the capitalist society to now go, okay, we've made our money, we've got billions, we really don't need any more. Here you go, buy an ad at the Super Bowl, and let's spread the word of unity and compassion.
Very good. Very good.
And one thing I want to add to that, what I see the CCC standard doing, passion economy doing, is creating an alternative that works for people already, because all they have to do is go buy something.
Yeah.
Just like any other in their life. And all that we're adding to it is that they can feel good about what they're buying. Now, I'd rather go out and buy something I feel good about buying. And it's when you go buy a present, it's special, right? That's like you get a really good feeling about that. Well, what if you could buy that and not only are you buying a special present for somebody, present for somebody special in your life, but you're also making the world a better place. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How is that not joy?
And then add to that the socially symbolic act of wearing the Sato hemp with the compassion and fashion message.
Yeah, and being able to transmit that message to the world, people will see it. They'll say, "Oh, I heard about that. Hey, where did you get that?"
And the Sato name will increase the fame of the Emperor of Japan and increase the popularity of the Emperor's new clothes. Get the double meaning? It'll increase the popularity of the Emperor's new clothes. And we're off to the races. Then we don't have to buy an ad for the Super Bowl. We own the Super Bowl because the Emperor's new clothes will be the new Super Bowl. Rather than watching a bunch of guys give each other concussions on AstroTurf, you can watch Sato and Company change the world right before your eyes. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what we're doing here. And that's why I've spent thousands of dollars to put this event on, and happily so.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, so I have one more thing to say to our commentator in the audience. I can't see him, but I hear him well. And it's going back to a point, here we are, that Jamin made. That looks like a Marcel to me. About the imagined community. If we go back even to the 16th century, 17th century in America, people did not identify as American. But through the media of the novel and the newspaper, they began to identify themselves with this larger unity called the nation. In this case, the American nation. If you were to go back a few hundred years and ask somebody living in the south of France, where I am now, who are you? What group do you belong to? The answer would not only have not been given in French, it would not have been France. They would not say, "Oh, I am French." No. Just like in America, they would not have said this. We sometimes forget how malleable these identities are. And through new media, digital media, collective intelligence, for example, you begin to identify with a larger collectivity. And from there is no turning back.
Just like we formed the American nation and American identity, we're creating a new planetary identity based on unity.
I am a citizen of the world, people will say in a short time from now.
Identity, a whole new meaning.
It's not that you deny where you came from, but the sense of where you come from will somehow be seen in a historical perspective. It's where I came from, but not where I am now or where I'm going.
That's key. Where I am going, where we are going. We're charting a new course. So suit up with the Emperor's new clothes and watch the Emperor's new clothes and participate. This is participatory, right? We're going to be having ongoing events in the International Conference on Collective Intelligence, a new kind of conference. Not just a new conference, a new kind of conference with no end date, where the collective intelligence can continue to grow as more and more people join and contribute their own ideas and perspectives. We've had some wonderful sharing of ideas and perspectives today, and we're just getting started. And I want to acknowledge Takuya Sato, the Emperor of Japan, for he constantly messages 3 words to everyone within his company and within our whole community. Those 3 words are peace, love, and unity. The Emperor is often a man of few words, but his words really carry a message. Arigatou gozaimasu.
I would have a suggestion.
Please.
Put that on a shirt.
Peace, love, and
As
unity.
simple as it is, and as however many times it has been used by people who have hippies or people who direct their lives to love, it should be put out there. It should be written down. It's like you write it on your message, it should be written on shirts. I would wear that.
Yeah.
I want to wear that.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. That's how we transform fashion, and that's how we transform what is cool. We're making compassion cool.
Yeah.
And we are transforming what it means to have a multi-billion-dollar brand. Sato Hemp will grow to be a multi-billion-dollar brand, donating billions of dollars to benefiting people on the planet and setting a new trend, and consumers will follow and more entrepreneurs will keep coming in. So rather than try to convince people who are currently addicted to hoarding to try to change their ways, I mean, that's an open invitation, by the way. We're also helping people, new entrepreneurs, to jump in and chart a new course for humanity. More sharing.
I have a question for the Emperor of Japan.
Okay, go ahead.
So many people, I think, will resonate with the message of compassion in fashion, of giving everything away to the poor. But so few actually do this. So I want to know why, how is it that the Emperor himself, from his highest station, is willing to give so much away? Let me rephrase it in very simple language. Sato-san, why are you putting compassion in fashion?
Why are you giving 100% of your profits to ending hunger?
Why?
Don't you rich?
No, I had a daughter. I thinking that daughter future. I want change the now world problem. All the I think money worries, money problem. All problem is money control. So I want to change that for future children. Others. Money only own, no good. Use to money all the people happy, people future. I want to use. So I 100%.
Hi.
Perfect.
Did you hear the answer, Michael?
Katajikinai. When he thinks of his daughter, he thinks of the future generation and knowing what their needs are and being in a position to fulfill those needs. He's willing to give everything away so that his daughter and those who come after will live in a whole world.
Hi.
Katajikanai samurai.
Conversation. And the thing is, we do this often. We get together, we have these recorded hangouts, and we often go for hours. Kinjo-san, another member of Sato Hemp in Japan, he and I, well, several of us were on a hangout on Saturday evening, and after about an hour and a half, most of the people dropped off, because, you know, to get on with their evenings. I said, Kinjo, you want to keep talking? Sure. We talked for almost 5 hours, and we were going deep, deep, deep in some really important topics. And that's what happens when we use the term root down. Michael came up with the term root down on Radish. Michael came up with Radish itself as a name. And so we like to root down on topics. And we, you know, after the first hour or so, you kind of get into a zone, and it becomes like jamming, like jazz musicians. Maybe they first start, and it's like, you know, but then they start jamming and getting to a rhythm, or like these drum circles, right? Where you're just feeding off each other, and you get into a resonance, and that's when our minds really start to merge. It's a beautiful thing. And when we use technology and do this through video conferences, we're able to merge with minds across oceans, on other continents, who come from other worlds, seemingly other worlds. And when we find our common humanity, we find that we all come from the same world. We are all of one world. So it is a spiritual transformation.
I would like to add that I think that the education system should have a collective intelligence as well, and teach that to the younger generation, so it can be passed down. And I think that's extremely important.
And make it a curriculum in school.
Right, make it a group, make Radish groups. You know, like they have organizations, have a Radish organization that's all get together and have a collective intelligence conference. All the schools, we can change the way schools work completely, and then kids can be brought up as being compassionate, and it could change our world. So, if it gets passed on, then they can continue that, and we won't have to worry so much about their future. And right now, this is why I feel so blessed to be able to sit here with an amazing group and make a difference, and know that we're going to change the future for them. So they don't have to worry about the things that we're worried about right now. They don't have to go through that. So I just think that's extremely important.
Even if, you know, by adding schools, you allow the kids to be a part of their own change. So you don't have to change it for them. They will go in and do it for themselves. They'll demand that things be different. So that's the beauty of it.
And they'll all start buying Sato Hemp shirts, right?
It'll be the new style.
And I can just see it. At some high school in Alabama, somewhere in some conservative state, some kid going to show up at school with a Sato Hemp shirt and get kicked out and sent home. And next thing you know, every cool kid at that school has got to have a Sato Hemp shirt. You know what I'm talking about. This is how it works. So let's go to school. Let's go to school and say, this is what we're doing. Check us out. You can be a part of the collective intelligence. You can connect with people all around the world. You don't have to wait till second semester, junior year of high school to spend a semester abroad if your parents can afford it. And if not, sorry.
It could also decrease bullying. You know, everyone working together. Because right now, you know, that's a big problem.
Bullying?
Yeah. So it could decrease each other, or saying, oh, you come from this part, I come from that. And if we bring them compassion, they can say, no, we're working together. You know, you and I, we go to the same school. If you need help, I'm here to help if you're doing something wrong, I'm here to be there for you. So they can collaborate.
And we will have a lot of strong leaders. Like all of us see Eric as our older brother. I'm actually older than Eric, but I see him as my big brother. A lot of people do. So many people follow Eric, and then kids can connect with Eric through video conference, right? Bullying is getting, wherever Eric shows up, bullying evaporates. And, really, they'll be able to see him online, and we'll be able to recruit other adults, other strong leaders from communities. I just feel like this is just right at the flashpoint. We're almost there. Let's persist, and not give up. Let's go to school after school, have meeting after meeting, video conference after video conference, and build this out. And build community cafe after community cafe.
Yes. Yes.
Community cafe and education. I think that might be a really good place to start within your organized community. Have the control there. You don't have to wait for a school board to say, okay, blah, blah, blah. You could start educating people, for instance, how to cook.
Right.
Big problem
Life
is,
skills.
People don't have basic life skills like that because that's not taught in school anymore. And cooking for yourself, making a healthy meal for yourself is a very, it's a basic important thing. It's like, we shouldn't even have to mention it, but
It's a basic human activity.
Teach kids or people, whoever comes to the community cafe, here, we'll feed you, but check it out. You can make this yourself.
Exactly.
Michael, yeah, go ahead.
Not only that, we can bring programs back, like art, drama, music, band, choir, all those programs that we took away for budget cuts. That could be brought back. And it's very important, especially sports, because sports teaches kids how to work as a team. And for them to take that away, I mean, what else are they going to do? It's not all about just, reading a math book or an English book. There's more to life than that. Yeah, anything you want to be. And that's one thing we talked about, the facility we want to create for kids, where they're going to have all that. We can show them this is what you could have. You don't have to limit yourself. There's a bunch of possibilities out there in the world. And, right. And I wasn't, and the thing is, I was in those shoes. I didn't have guidance. I didn't have someone to tell me this is what you can do. I had to learn the hard way from trial and error. But now that I know from my mistakes, I want to teach other kids, this is the road. I want to guide them the right way. Like, this is what you should do. Teach them.
Yes.
There is always one. Don't give up.
Yeah. It was the crystalline spirit and her example that brought all of us to Rosamond, California. And let's do that in Crystalline's hometown, where she graduated from high school. And I'll pull up the picture again of the community cafe. Because this is, no, Michael's still there. Is these, all the folks you see there in white t-shirts in the picture, these are all volunteers. High school students. Student volunteer. They get to dedicate the whole day, volunteer the whole day, feeding people, and they were so happy. You could see it in their faces.
Yeah, they worked so hard that day. They were excited. And they even, you guys want more, we'll give you more.
People that needed to take home a box full of burritos, we made sure we had plenty of food so people could take food home. Families, we took home large quantities. And all the surplus we took to the homeless shelters. So, it was just beautiful. Talk about joy, talk about community, talk about meaning, talk about a transformed identity. All of us changed that day.
Yes. So I have one thing to say. Crystalline talked about educating the future generation in collective intelligence. And I think that's so profound, because even Jamin, this very intelligent individual, I told him for maybe 1 year, you're calling this higher form of intelligence. I say we call it collective intelligence. It took many months for this to click in his brain. But children, they understand this immediately. They come to know, they are raised with a sense of the collectivity. Many studies have shown that the individual identity is formed over many years because at first they are identifying with the other. If we are educating in terms of collective intelligence, I don't think children have a problem perceiving this way of being in the world, of seeing one another. Instinctively, they know that we are a part of a whole. And so I think collective intelligence comes natural to children.
I agree.
Yeah. Really, we can go to schools and get them talking with each other. We can facilitate. Really, it's a community thing. Have adults, kids of all ages, working together. That is so exciting for children to be able to participate and collaborate with other kids across the country and around the world, and with adults, of course, moderating, right? To have an effect. Yeah. Absolutely. Did Michael drop off? Oh shoot, Michael dropped off. Okay, well hopefully he'll be back. He's in a mountain, a rural mountainous region in the south of France, where internet connectivity is not always the greatest. But I'm really glad that he was able to join. And I'm so glad all of us are here now. We've probably got about a half an hour left before we need to start, breaking down and whatnot. So, any other topics? I mean, this of course, we're touching on multiple different topics. I just want to open it up, and if there's anything folks want to share, this is the space for it. What a beautiful example of collective intelligence, right? Why tell them when you can show them? Let's, we just said, let's get together and do this. Let's do collective intelligence and share it with the world. This is yet another important aspect of collective intelligence, the fact that we're recording this conversation. Remember, like Channel 9 decades ago, they'd say, television worth watching is television worth paying for. Well, guess what? Our slogan is, conversations worth having are conversations worth sharing with the world. And that's what we're doing. As I look into the camera, we're sharing this conversation with the world.
So one thing I'll bring up is, on our Facebook page, as we were promoting this event, one woman actually and had an observation that was also kind of a question. So let me get to it. So her comment was, so her question or comment, so what she said was, is it really a group of intelligent folks that do something special, or is it another waste of time where verbal gymnastics are practiced? So that was her question.
Yeah.
Is that what, is Ichi that, or what is, I guess you're saying, is Ichi really going to do something useful, or is it really just talk?
we've already put it into action. In regards to the community cafes, as well as into Santo Piano. So it's not just talk, that's one thing we made sure that we're action oriented. That we wouldn't sit there and do analysis paralysis. We just keep going over and finding one more idea, one more solution, one more. It has to go into practice, or it would be just an exercise. Just verbal, she called it
Verbal gymnastics.
gymnastics. But we do have to sit down and talk first. So that has to be understood. That without the verbal communication, without us meeting together, collectively gathering together, and putting these minds together, we wouldn't be able to come up with solutions. And I know people. Everybody wants the microwave effect, and we didn't get here overnight, so we can't. The solutions are not going to be implemented all the time as fast as we would like them to. Yeah, we would like to solve things today if we could. We could walk out here right now and solve hunger, or solve, the homicides around, in our nation and things of that nature. We would do that, snap of a finger, if we had the power to do so. But again, we didn't just get here overnight by those circumstances. It is going to take time. It's going to take diligence. It is going to take awareness and us continue to have these conversations, as well as keep reaching out. Even her reaching, touching bases like that, that's important as well. In one sense, she's identifying something that, that, like she said, she looks at this as an intelligent group. That's just, or the fact of intelligent people just coming together. We had this conversation the other day, you remember. We talked about, we understand the need of academia to be involved in solutions. However, we know the common man has to put his own hands involved in his own sleeves and put it to action. So we need everybody to get involved. It's not just a thinking process, it's an action. Everybody has to figure out how do you play a part, and just as well as we'd love to hear, any contributions that she would like to bring in regards to information as well as action. What action would you like to take? Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
So that in itself, that it just, we have to just keep moving forward, with what we do and continue to seek out means of how to go out and best put the practice in place.
I just to add on to that. I would say that one thing that we are, like you're saying, continuously looking at is how to put things into action in practice. And so, Community Cafe is an example. That one's been it's happened. It's in action. And also the whole concept of passion economy. Sato coming as the first company committing to be a CCC certified company, be a compassionate company. There are more out there. It's really, I think expanding participation in each and every aspect of the ideas we come up with is certainly has to happen. So big finish.
Well, we still have a little more time left. I think 3 o'clock is roughly when we need to wrap, right?
Go 20,
Right, Gavin?
25 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So there's time for more thoughts, more sharing. Now that we're all here. Yeah, go ahead. No, she just take a little bit.
So let me ask you, based on the podcast, we're still live, of course.
Yeah.
On Facebook, getting the other.
Well, we're live through Google Hangout. I mean, really, it's a service called Webinar Jam that lives on top of it. I guess it's a mashup basically of Google Hangout and Webinar, and so it gives you a little bit more functionality. And anyway, so that's what we're doing. We could look at. I didn't personally look into services live broadcast on Facebook now, because you can do that.
You can.
Which is nice, so we could actually do that to Radish from the Radish page. Well, there's one thing I can say. Here's an action you can take today. Invite all of your friends, come and like the Radish page, and to follow us. Put this as a first follow or something, so that you'll see all of the announcements that come out from us. When we do live broadcasting, the next webinar, we've got to experiment. We got to see what works, what doesn't, and for us, we're more familiar. Have been more familiar with Google Hangout sort of model. So that was why we went with Webinar Jam this time. But we can certainly, seems like live broadcasting on Facebook is pretty good. I know you can't do it for because of the limit.
I was going to say it has to be.
Yeah, I think there's maybe an hour, 2 hour limit. And so that's, but yeah, we could certainly use it for an ET session if it was within that time, or even stop and start again. It's not quite as complex, I think, in a way as Hangout, because you invite people. It's, you start a live broadcast, and it goes out to anyone who's your friend or your, in our case, has liked our page, and then then they might just jump in and watch it, and then so we don't have to send out invitations or have people register. It's just a little bit more organic. Okay. So, yeah, there's, that's something we just, as technology evolves, we just have to keep looking at it and keep thinking about how we can utilize it in a way that will give us a better, or just give us the ability to connect with more people and invite them.
Yeah, I think that's probably something important. Once being able to reach the audience. Who we talk with. I know there's Air Live. Air Live is another one. That's it's a global site. I think it's based out of South Korea.
Okay.
So we'll definitely talk about that as well. But I think that's the important thing for what we're doing now. Reaching those audiences and getting that information out there. It's great that we had the opportunity to come into Washington, really plant the seed for collective intelligence to really really get everybody mindset and the idea that you do have something to add, or that you do have your ideas are important. Whatever they are. It's not about, feeling as if what you're going to say is not valid or it's not important. What if it's to make a difference and it's to make this world a better place? By all means, let's figure out a way to add it, bring it to the table, and allow the group and groups to expound on it and make your ideas heard.
This gets to a really profound point, which is that collective intelligence itself being facilitated by all these different media, whether it's using Facebook live broadcasts or Here Now, or whether it's going to schools and starting Radish groups in schools, collective intelligence groups there to connect. These are all, I think of all these as different vectors of expanding the collective intelligence. Now, here's a really powerful concept that I think about every day. Let's say that we use these vectors and we expand collective intelligence. Now it's expanded. Now we have more people, more ideas, more perspectives, and more powerful ways of collaborating. This higher form of collective intelligence will in turn generate newer, better ideas, designs, proposals for all kinds of things, including, but not limited to, expanding collective intelligence itself even further. And this now newly expanded collective intelligence will come up with even better designs of many different things, including collective intelligence itself. So you get this virtuous cycle, right, of collective intelligence expanding and its ability to design better collective intelligence, which then allows it to expand, reach more audiences, include more people, be more inclusive. And I don't see any end to that virtuous cycle. I really don't. There's no end to it. And our planet certainly needs it. And people's awareness of our planet's problems is expanding and growing by the day. And so I really feel like we've reached this critical point where this can become a runaway train of growing collective intelligence.
As far as EG is concerned, or Radish, what do we feel are the next steps?
Great question.
Good topic.
Yeah. So next steps. One of them is to map out a schedule, right? We've hit on a bunch of different topics today. Map out a schedule of meetings in the future, days in the future, weeks. Let's have a schedule for each week. This is my focus, and so I'm going to be scheduling, recurring meetings on a variety of different topics. One of them is definitely going to be what we saw with Alan Savory and reversing desertification and reversing climate change with holistic land management. Let's move that conversation forward. And each conversation will be recorded. I use a skyscraper analogy. When we record a conversation, that's like adding a floor to the skyscraper. Have another recorded conversation, you add another floor. And that way somebody arriving at the conversation 3 months later can take an elevator up to the top and participate in the present day conversation, or take the elevator down if they want to root down and understand more about the foundations and where this conversation is coming from. That's new. That is a new capability that we humanity have and that we've gained only in the last few years with recorded video conference. We didn't have that before. Now we do. So we can build skyscrapers of conversations, towers of knowledge and participation that everyone can participate in. So we'll be talking about collective intelligence. We'll be talking about reversing desertification. We'll be talking about community cafes, compassionate communities, and a lot of related topics, and inviting people to come join. So our goal, Operation Snowball. We want to snowball collective intelligence, snowball participation and inclusion and unity, and go from there. So any thoughts you have as to topics, any conversations you would like to participate in on those topics, contact me, because I'm sort of the hub. And anyone else who wants to be a hub and a generator of conversations and a leader of conversations, stick your hand up now or later, and let's talk, so that it's not all centered around one. I'm a bottleneck, and I don't want to be a bottleneck. Proliferate. Let's proliferate this. Yeah. And then ICCI and Radish, we are offering up as hubs where people can proliferate and put their shingle out and say, I'm having a weekly conversation on oceans and how do we make oceans healthier. I'm having a weekly conversation on saving the rainforests, right? A very different topic than Alan Savory's, because he's focused on a whole different kinds of ecosystems than rainforests. They're all important. So we need a proliferation of these topics and a proliferation of community, engaged, active community, contributing to the collective intelligence. All of these conversations become lily pads that can then connect. And some of us who are naturally social butterflies by nature can go from conversation to conversation and cross-pollinate and say, hey, you should connect with this group over here because we're talking about this stuff which is relevant. That's what I'm talking about. We don't have to be so isolated. See, the world as it is can be so scary, so heartbreaking, that one of our natural inclinations can be to just barricade ourselves in and isolate, right? What we're doing is we are fighting against that, right? And saying, let's get out there and put it all out there. Even though we might fail, right? For me, this was a big risk, creating an international, co-creating with you all, an international conference on collective, because what if it flopped? Oh, Jamin failed, right? I always have that little voice in my head. And that's something I simply have to, you know, set aside and say, we're doing this anyway. Are there risks? Yes. We're doing it anyway. Somebody's got to do it. Here we are.
Oh, I thought you were gonna, maybe you had something you wanted to add to that.
Well, what I was looking at was, because we have the International Conference of Collective Intelligence, what's next, I was thinking one thing was next is being able to utilize that conference as a means of a travel aid to take around the world and to do, you know, your Vegas shows, to do it in different cities, in different states, in different countries, and allow people to, you know, utilize utilize the international, conference of collective intelligence as a means to communicate and as a means to gather. Because now there's this is an actual, platform you can stand on and talk and sit there and communicate with one another.
And I think that's a very interesting idea, because even though we can always have a virtual component, it makes such a difference to people face to face. Yeah, I mean, going to David and I going to Japan and meeting Yogi Sato and Sato our folks all there last year.
Last year, that was last year.
Yeah, I mean that was huge. I mean, even though David had been video conferencing with them for like 3 or 4 years at that point, and I'd been on video conferences with them, but actually go there, just it brings that additional connection in. That's really important. So I think that's a really good idea.
It's not just that. Not everybody has transitioned to technology.
Right.
So people are still old school, where I still rather see you in person than to try to communicate to you through a device of some sort. And plus it's lasting. When I get to see you in person, shake your hand, and exchange ideas face to face, now we're connected, opposed to doing it via, we use technology based on a use of convenience, but not as the only means to talk with each other or make things happen. I think when I shake your hand and we say we're going to do something together, it holds a whole lot more validity than us doing it via the phone or any other means of technology. So I think that's where I said there's power in our abilities to utilize the conference as a means of collectively getting together and communicating with one another, coming up with solutions. Walk away at an actual conference with a solution. That's powerful. People will leave there, driving home, flying back home, feeling like we just did something. We're about to do something. Something's happened, and hold people accountable. There's a reaction. And people are going to stand up and say, "This is what I'm going to do. This person's going to do it." And then everybody can be, it is attractive. We can sit there and make sure that these things are taking place. And the power of it is, as people see it take place, they see the transformation happening. So they transform, they're transforming as it's happening. So it's happening from not only from a organizational standpoint, but as an individual standpoint as well. So I think that's absolutely infectious. Yeah.
In fact, that's one of the powerful things that community cafes and communities can bring. You can imagine you go to a community cafe there you are eating, and there are some signs around, announcing different talks that will happen after dinner. And then imagine in the compassionate community, in the community center, which Crystal is pioneering. We had a community cafe event at the groundbreaking of the new community center in Rosamond, California. Right, we're working with the local business leaders and what local government there is, which is not very much. It's a small, predominantly poor community in the middle of the desert. But we see it as a perfect, model, a perfect, testing ground, right? Partly because it's isolated. It's not part of some bigger metropolitan city where it just gets lost in the shuffle. No, it's relatively isolated. And so imagine, again, at the community cafe, there's signs posted around after dinner, after lunch. You're welcome to stick around to come to one of these various different groups where we talk about these various different things, some of which will be very local, right? Putting together, like a committee for after-school programs or whatever. Others will be international. How do we expand the community cafe program to other countries, right? I mean, it's all possible. And then here's a really cool idea where you connect the two worlds of the virtual and the in-person. Is some of these groups that get together after lunch or after dinner and then have video conferences with other community cafes around the world, around the country, around the world. It's all about creating more lily pads and connecting. And one day soon, we will all be connected in one global conversation of peace, love, unity, and transformation. That's the vision, that's the dream. One community cafe at a time, one conference event at a time, one email at a time, one phone call at a time. You're here because of a phone call. Hey, it all works. It's all good. Yes, you did. All right. Is there anything more to say, or shall we commence wrapping it up?
Yes.
I want to thank each and every one of you. And I want to thank our community, our global community. It takes a village to raise a child. It took a village to raise each of us. Thank you, villages around the world. And please continue coming, continue participating, spread the word, as Jay said. Ask everyone to like the ICCI Facebook page, Radish Facebook page, etc. Yeah. And stay in touch.
If people want to get in touch with us, we have, we can get in touch with us through the Radish Facebook page, sure, but also we have contact forms on our website. So there.
Perfect. Emperor-san, any last comments? All right. Sound good? Hi. Arigatou gozaimasu. Eric, my brother, thank you so much. Crystal, thank you so much. And thank you to our amazing crew, technical crew, audio, visual. Marcel, Jay, Richard, thank you to our Cynthia, to our audience. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Peace, love, unity. All right.